It only does it for you.
I love that I already hit live and it finally kicked in right as you said. It only happens to you. Because I'd already hit go live. It just wouldn't go. Anyway,
See,
well,
even live doesn't want to go for you.
yeah, it's telling me to get my fat ass to bed where I belong.
No.
Anyway,
Nope.
guys, this is Monkey in the Morning. I am Monk. He's Jack. Say hi, Jack.
Hi, everybody.
Jack, it's been a little while and I don't have a good excuse. I probably could have done a show in the last 5 days, but timing and everything was just all off. And sorry for not being around, guys, but we are getting into crunch time for the election. So hopefully we will not have any more days off going ahead. I do have one day coming up, Jack. Actually 2 days this month where it'll be iffy, but otherwise I'm planning to be here every day. So, wait, Rumble not on. Rumble should be on. It's showing me it is. Why are you here, Monk? Should you be listening to Pearl talk about interracial dating?
Whoa, what? No.
No. I can't even watch her. Pearl looks like the kid from Mask had sex with a Downsy baby.
Yes, I agree.
And I can't. But that's not what we're here to talk about.
Well, it's not currently, but I did think of something now that you mentioned Pearl. I thought of a great show she should be doing. She should team up with Joyce Sparkle BS and do a show together.
Oh, that's a lot of ugly in one stream.
Yeah, we'll call it Stupid and Crazy.
Oh, and you got to guess which is which.
Yeah, because it might change from minute to minute.
Right.
I mean, one starts talking about poo babies, and then the other starts talking race realism, and you don't know which one's going to do it.
All right. Jack.
Monkey.
I hate to do this to the audience, but we have several hours worth of Kamala and Tim Walz to watch tonight.
You don't feel bad about that in the slightest.
I do. And when I say several hours worth, guys, it's actually probably, I think, like less than an hour total of them, and the rest is going to be me and Jack making fun of them.
Yeah. EFAP.
Monkey, can you talk about FEMA? What about FEMA? FEMA's a shit show. It always has been. Every time we have disasters, we hear FEMA's fucked up and we never do anything about it.
Yeah, because nobody in the federal government ever gets fired.
Yeah.
And they know it, so why try? It's a perfect communist society. You could fuck up all day long and you never lose your job.
Yeah, the sad reality is it sucks for the folks that are relying on FEMA right now, but this isn't new.
No.
They've been crap forever.
Yeah, the federal government has no interest in helping those hurricane victims or the ones from the hurricane that's about to completely butt hump Florida. So you're on your own, guys. Just be aware of that. You better like your neighbors because you're going to have to depend on each other. You guys are on your own. The feds are actively working against you.
Evolve said, I learned FEMA has just been basically stealing. Well, in fairness, it's our federal government doing it. It's just that FEMA's doing it in that instance. There's tons of our tax dollars being stolen.
Yeah, and they're giving it out to illegal aliens instead of helping with emergencies. So, what'd you expect?
I love the administration's answer to that is like, no, we took different FEMA money and gave it to the illegals.
Yeah, the where's the money that's supposed to be going to this disaster instead of the $750 each you're going to give people as a one-time payment? Fuck you.
You can go onto the FEMA website and apply for more, without power.
Yeah, because that's actually going to happen. Real quick though, thank you Anna BC for the donation before the show. Howdy, Jackson. I just went to an internship interview, and a little part of me wanted to sabotage the interview because it may spoil my once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to indulge in the Philippines fantasy God wants me to indulge in. All right. Allow me to give you some advice that is free. So, it's garbage advice. You should not defy God. If God wants you to go to the Philippines and bang the shit out of hot Filipino chicks, you have to do it. It's a mandate from the Lord. It is a divine revelation. You now have a holy crusade to go bang hot Filipino chicks. I mean, I'm just saying, Satan is offering you that internship. Maybe it's a good one, or maybe it'll help your career. But is it going to help you plow those beautiful Catholics over in the Philippines as they walk their chickens to and from their dirt hut? No. So I'm just saying, that's just me. I don't know. My advice is pretty worthless, so you probably shouldn't follow it. But I personally, if I have a divine mandate from the Lord, God wants you to indulge in that. He is rewarding you for being a good boy. It's best not to look a gift horse in the mouth, or in this case, a present from Jesus. And also,
I
thank
think
you.
Evil One has it. I think Evil One has it right. Be careful, because you're going to end up with a lady boy over there.
There's
saying.
not a lot of lady boys in the Philippines. Those are mostly in Thailand, and they let you check the equipment first. So you can be like, can I see the goods before we get too far down this path? And that's usually just hookers. But I'm telling you, BC, to go for it, some classy ladies, not just street whores. That's how you get the AIDS. Thank you again, Adabisi. Can you please tell that large head, midget legged, extra torso man to check his money hole? I think he's talking about you, Simeon.
I've been staring at it while Jack was on his 4-minute rant about you going to the Philippines, homie. That's your fault.
Sorry.
You can't blame me for that. You can't even blame Jack for that. You did that, Adabisi. How dare you?
Yeah, technically, you guys should know better.
Adabisi, thank you. I was wondering if you'd show up on this monumentous day. I would like to point out that 365 days ago, you didn't sing me a birthday song. Is it your birthday? I believe we didn't do a show 365 days ago because, well, October. So your birthday's now linked to, Palestinians killing a bunch of Jews and raping and killing babies and shit. So
yeah, on the plus side, every Jewish person will remember your birthday.
That's true. Comrade Kitty, thank you for becoming a member for month number 15. We going to get celebrities asking for donations like Oprah for Hawaii? Oh, of course. Well, maybe with the one hitting Florida and all the backlash that the administration is getting for their absolutely asinine handling of this. Jack, I don't believe in the, government-controlled weather machines. We do know they do things like seeding clouds, but that's not what people are talking about when they're like, they control the weather.
Yeah.
But I did find it, I don't want to say this, opportunistic that suddenly out of nowhere, this massively powerful hurricane pops up in the Gulf with one of the smallest dives we've seen on a hurricane, with the most pressure we've seen in a hurricane.
Mm-hmm.
Just in time for them to go, look how we saved everyone from this one.
Yeah, and then the press will stop talking about all the fuck-ups in North Carolina.
Yeah.
Which they pretty much solidified Georgia and North Carolina. If those people could go vote, Trump's going to win those states.
Oh, God, yeah.
Because so many people are furious about that.
Kamala's, this was reported earlier today, Kamala's internals, that's internal polling, guys, not her, beaten and battered vagina.
Yeah.
They're showing all across the Midwest, not just in the Southeast there, but all across the Midwest, where people deal with things like tornadoes all the time.
Mm-hmm.
They are falling underwater.
Yeah, well, this is a worse handling of a disaster than Katrina was, which is pretty impressive that you could fuck up worse than that.
Yeah, and this is after Bush tried giving somebody the head of the FEMA job they should never even have been able to say the word FEMA.
Yeah.
But before we go any further, Adabisi, I apologize for last year. This one is for you. And a 1 and a 2. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy
Happy birthday, dear Anna BC.
dear Ada BC. Happy
Happy
birthday
to you.
to you.
Now slay some puss in the Philippines.
Happy birthday. I hope you have a good one. I really, really do. Do you think any like Jewish people who had their birthday today, it was like a muted celebration, or do you think they celebrated life more because they didn't die in the October 7th attack?
I mean, there's lots of reasons to celebrate, but it's probably not one you're going to advertise because of all the, it's like having your birthday on Pearl Harbor Day in 1945.
Right,
like,
right.
Just send me a gift card.
Yeah, I have a friend whose birthday is September 11th. There for like 5 years, he wasn't really allowed to celebrate.
That's a rough one.
Yeah. Full Metal Joker, thank you. From what I've heard, the 750 is technically a loan, and failure to pay it back will result in everything you own repossessed by the government. Fuck our government if it's true. The 750 shouldn't be a loan. I would have to look into the actual details of that. That usually in a disaster like this, that part's not a loan.
Yeah, it's still $750 either way. What are you going to do with that if your whole life has been destroyed?
Well, I just love that they're like, or for temporary housing. From what? The fucking hotels washed down the street.
Yeah. And even if you went to a hotel, what are you going to afford? The Super 8? You're not getting anywhere on $700. It's not even a week in a hotel.
This isn't like your house burned down and there's still plenty of other housing around. This is the whole fucking city is gone. Camilla's vaginal HPV tumor, thank you so much, who says you called. I did indeed. I didn't mean to, but I did.
You accidentally summoned it. It's like a monster. Real quick, thank you, Okie Native. God made Asian women with Aussie accents for a reason. And if you don't raise enough funds to get there, I recommend the Heart Spa and VIP Barbershop in Ho Chi Minh City. You get a foot rub and Vietnamese massage with your haircut for only $20. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I would love to hook up with a hot Asian with an Australian accent. I have a few picked out from the K-pop scene, but they just never get in the burlap sack. Also, thank you, Evolved Potato. You thought I was talking about them misusing tax dollars, but no. FEMA has been stealing private relief funds and just looting things from people's homes. That doesn't surprise me. Jewelry gone missing and safes being found broken open. They're just stealing people's property. That would explain why they've shut the roads down. Get this. FEMA actually said, we can't take relief stuff to people because the roads are closed down by the local police. Know who told the police to shut the road down? FEMA.
Yeah.
That's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. I am so angry about the complete ineptitude and lack of concern that they're showing. It's disgusting. And exactly what I'd expect from like the USSR.
I want to show you what disgusted me. This is a picture that Kamala, it's a series of pictures that she put up today. That's not the right one. That's the right one. This is her bragging about the hard work these men and women are doing, which I'm not taking anything away from the military who's out there doing stuff. But I want to know how long these guys had to stand at parade rest waiting for this cunt to come get her photo opportunity instead of being out there actually helping people.
Oh, probably half an hour.
This is why I say these people should not be going to disaster areas. She's not doing anything here that's helping anybody.
Yeah, that's one of the things I agreed to George Bush on, because he just flew over Katrina because he knew that all the Secret Service and all that shit would take up a ton of resources and be a distraction. And I actually agree with him on that one.
When they have these official visits from like the head of DOD or the VP or the president, this wasn't a spur of the moment thing. These guys were put, hey, you guys need to be here from 0800 to whenever the fuck this bitch finally leaves. It's not a really quick thing. Hey, grab Tom and get him in this picture. That's not how it works. These people were taking off the duty that they're there for. Yeah, I don't know how much you know about the military, but these three people right there, those three are pilots. They're wearing pilots' uniforms. Those
The
are their
ones in
flight.
the right there didn't tell me anything. I can't see your mouse.
Oh, why is the mouse not showing up on
I
screen?
don't know.
Okay.
The ones in the
The
background and the light.
second, third, and fourth person
Okay.
from the left.
Okay.
Those are flight suits. They should be out there rescuing people, and instead they're there for this fucking bitch to get a picture she could put on Twitter to be like, "Look, I totally care." As for the stealing, Jack, I was a military brat, and I remember moving from California to Great Lakes, and they moved our stuff for us, and some of it didn't make it there. I don't trust anybody who works in government not to steal from me.
Well, they're already stealing from you by using your tax money. Property taxes are theft.
Property tax is absolutely theft. All right.
Oh,
I got a couple
real
of
quick.
donations here
Oh,
real
okay.
fast. Thank you, Kamala Harris. Hello, U.S. citizen in a hurricane-stricken state. I'm from the government, and I'm here to help. Here's a check to Ukraine and Lebanon and Israel and random imported Haitian immigrants because Putin cannot be allowed to win the war on hurricanes. Vote for me. Thank you so much. Cigar Chomp. Yeah, we didn't even get to the Lebanon shit. Oh, I was so pissed. Blinken, you fucking dick.
The complete out of touch timing of releasing those tweets. What are you idiots thinking?
And Cigar Chomping Penguin, thank you. How about those Riris claiming the people who live in the mountains should have had flood insurance? What a bunch of numbnuts. Yeah.
Yes, fucking
Look,
dumb.
I know people who work in the insurance industry, and anytime there's a major disaster, they get inundated with calls from people who didn't pay their insurance. And this is no different. I was talking to somebody today, and they're like, "Yeah, this person called. They stopped paying their insurance payments 6 months ago and wanted to know if they still had coverage." You should keep your house insurance, but it's not like when we got our house, Jack. We talked about flood insurance. If my house floods, it means the rest of this city is dead, literally underwater.
Yeah.
You could cover the entire city I'm next to in water, and I still would not have water in my living room. That's how high up we are. Does that mean there can never be a flood that bad? No, but you play the odds on that.
Yeah.
It's not the same as people living, below sea level and not caring that their politicians weren't taking care of the levees that kept the waters of Katrina out. I don't blame these guys for not having flood insurance living in the mountains. Anyway, Jack, you had a donation there.
Yeah, thank you, Kamala's internals. Always remember, I've had more cocks go through me than a KFC in Harlem. Well, I didn't want to remember that, but thank you, Kamala's internals.
Understatement says, "Hey, but all this could swing the election, so it's cool." No, it doesn't make it any cooler.
No, it's a horrible way to win, but the fact that they are so inept at this really should show people how indifferent they are to human suffering.
Tim says, Jack, you and Monk make the point that president and whatnot should not come because they don't help, but at the same time, I get it feels good. These people don't need to feel good. They need to be made whole. And this is not something that has gone on my entire lifetime. This is a new thing, and it started. The real push came with Katrina. Like, oh my God, Bush didn't go there and put on his presidential cape and make the earth go backwards so we could stop all the devastation. It's nonsensical. I don't know how you don't have a home anymore. All your shit's washed away. You have no money, no food. Your kids are starving. Oh, but look, there's the president. I guess I feel better. I don't understand that mentality. I really don't. Because I would be like, hey, fucker, why don't you get the military here to help rebuild this shit? Where's the Army Corps of Engineers? Where's the National Guard? because they're the ones I want to see. I don't give a fuck about the president being there. Am I wrong on that?
No.
Is that unreasonable? I'm not one. I'm not one. Oh, I got to see the president, as I'm living in mud because that's all that's left. I just don't get it, and it's nonsense that this became a thing.
Yeah, it's just for the press.
Yep.
They're the only ones that actually give a shit. Normal people don't care.
I mean, for the elites who think they're doing good for the people like George Washington, I get what you're saying. And if you're going to go there and you're actually going to do something, great. But look at this picture of Kamala there. Who's she helping?
Herself, mostly.
Yeah, just herself. Anyway, that's enough of this shit. I mean, no. We do need to bring up Blinken because we do need to talk about that just briefly.
Yeah.
As our countrymen are living in hell, a watery, nasty hell, this motherfucker, yesterday, right? Or was it the day before? Tweets out about how we're sending a bunch of money to help Lebanon because the Jews fired back at those fucking assholes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like that's my fucking business to begin with. How about we stop all aid as long as our people need help? How about that? Mr. Jack, check your Cash App.
Ooh.
I hope Milton isn't so bad. Last I saw, even though it had got up to a category 5, it had dropped back down to a 4, and they're expecting it to drop back to a 3 before it makes landfall. 3 is not good, but depending on where it lands, it's not as devastating as if it comes. It's that fucking wind, man. You want that wind as slow as possible when it comes to shore. Go ahead, Jack. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Evil One, for the very generous donation. He says, for just being you, and Asians. Apparently, when I updated Cash App, it lets me get messages now.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, it wasn't doing that before, but thanks, man.
Yeah, but that's where our leaders' heads are at, is we got to help fucking terrorists. Hezbollah runs Lebanon. They are a terrorist organization. And I'm so fucking tired of our money going to terrorists. We do the same thing in Gaza. Give them a whole... I had an argument with an idiot today, Jack, who's like, the people are emaciated over there. They are starving to death. And so I pulled up an article from the 1st, October 1st. He shared a picture from March that showed baby legs that looked a little bit emaciated. Not the whole baby. And frankly, the one leg looked fake.
Well, it's probably AI anyway.
It probably was. I pulled up a picture from Al Jazeera, not exactly Jew-friendly. And it shows a bunch of Gazans who are very upset, Jack, because the Israelis bombed them again. And literally, there's a dude standing there with tits. I'm like, yeah, they're starving. They are just... If the kids are starving, it's because Tit Man is eating all their food. He should share.
What?
I know, right? But we're not here to talk about Tit Man. And we're here to talk about Vagina Woman. And we're going to start off with Kamala going on the Call Her Daddy show, which, can I just say, feminist, I realize you think you're being clever and shit when you do this, but you realize you're just proving Freud right? You just desperately wish you had a penis and you hate being a woman and you feel inferior. So look, I'm totally as masculine as you are.
Girl boss power.
Yay.
No one respects that.
No.
Women think you're stupid and men think you're trying way too hard and you look like you're crazy and desperate.
Is this a Pornhub thing? I don't know what the fuck this is. I've heard of this before. Every so often I hear somebody mention it, but it's not something I watch because it's feminist crap.
Yeah, it's more of that like sad middle class housewife nonsense that they think is edgy.
Pumpkin Trucker, thank you. let's be fair. Kamala's photo op had one helpful outcome. The trout in people's living rooms smelled Kamala and congregated to pay respects to their dead kin. Wow.
Wow.
The only upside I saw to her being there is that she wasn't out making us look retarded to the world.
No, she was on a podcast doing it.
Yep. All right, so here's the order, Jack. We're going to watch this one, and then we're going to watch Tim Walz over there on Fox News. And then we're going to watch the 60 Minutes interview with Kamala Harris. Now, I have not seen any of these in their entirety. I've only seen clips and very few of each of these.
Mm-hmm.
But just from the few clips, it's immediately clear why they don't do interviews. Travis Gardner, thank you. In 2013, Obama toured Moore, Oklahoma after it had a direct hit from an EF5. It's a tornado, guys. Killing 24, including 8 elementary students. They had to stop cleaning up and set up barricades so he could walk around a destroyed neighborhood. Yeah. It's not a good thing. I understand the, the optics of it. But if you're going to do that, go to the outskirts. Don't go downtown. Don't go where these people are devastated if you're not actually going to help. Donald Camp, thank you for that feminist $12. Take it from me, everyone's favorite internet daddy with my gay hair. Father, not daddy, remember? And Ministry of Wrong Thing, thank you. Call her daddy like she's in trouble at school. No. She wants to be called daddy.
Yeah, she's the daddy now.
She's the daddy. Because she girl boss. Girl boss, yo.
Vaginas.
You know what's girl boss? My
Changing
wife.
your own tire?
Oh. No. Well, yeah. But my wife made a chicken noodle soup yesterday.
Yeah.
And that shit was the bomb. And then it kind of congealed just a little bit overnight and the flavor really soaked in.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's girl boss right there. That actually made me jealous because I've never made anything that tasted that good. That's a girl boss. Make me some fucking food. That's not right.
A good sandwich is girl bossing it.
That's right. Anyway, here we go. Fuck.
In Pennsylvania, former President Trump recently told women, "You will be protected and I will be your protector."
Yeah.
What do you make of that?
I don't care.
I'll be honest with you. If I was a woman, I would be a little bit offended at the notion that I need the president to protect me. But then I'd be like, oh, wait a minute. There's male feminists living everywhere. So I kind of need protection. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you need protection from those rapey dudes.
You're going to get beat up or knocked up or against your will. Because apparently that's the only way they make babies on the left.
I guess. Oh, thank you, Okie Native. The only time I want to see a president go to a natural disaster is if they are bringing hookers, blow, and a barbecue truck.
Yes.
Oh, that would definitely get you in the polls.
Get them something they need, man. All right. So the question is, Trump said, "I'll protect you," to women. What are your thoughts on that? Yeah, that's a deep probing question. That's a good policy question for the possible future president of the United States. How do you expect me to take you seriously when you ask questions like this of a presidential candidate?
Yeah, it's just dumb.
Are you trying to prove the tiny girl brain theory?
Oh, it's been proven time and again, my friend.
Fuck.
We all know it's accurate.
So he who, when he was president, hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade.
You mean who would protect your actual constitutional right not to have the Supreme Court legislate?
Yeah, not to have the federal government meddle in every aspect of your life.
Yeah, because that was protecting women and men. It was protecting the citizens. from the heavy-handedness of government. But that she doesn't like that.
No, because federal government always thinks they know better.
Spud says Roe v. Wade was bad law. Roe v. Wade wasn't even law. It was mandate. I get what you mean, but yeah, it was a bad decision is what it was that led to 50 years of bullshit. Anyway.
And they did just as he intended. And there are now 20 states with Trump abortion bans.
There are no states with Trump abortion bans.
I'm pretty sure some of those were in place before Trump was even born. Wasn't one from like right after the Civil War?
Yes. Yep. These fucking assholes, these Trump abortion bans. Okay, which one of those laws did Trump support? Which one did he push? Right now would be a great time for asshole the cricket to earn his keep.
That dude's dead. What are you talking about?
Including bans that make no exception for rape or incest, which we just discussed, which means that you're telling a survivor of a crime of a violation to their body they don't have a right to make a decision about what happens to their body next.
Oh, this is great coming from the person that held people against their will for longer than she was supposed to.
Once again, we run into the if people that support abortion, and yes, you support abortion, don't give me that choice bullshit. The people who support abortion have to lie. They have to lie. Otherwise, you would understand what a horrible fucking thing they're advocating for here. And in this instance, see where she went? They're going to make this lady carry a baby that has rapist all in its DNA. It's got rapist DNA. So you're fine as long as we allow just those abortions, right?
That sounds like some kind of eugenics argument.
All right, Jack, let's do some math here, shall we?
Uh-oh. Not our strong suit.
In 2023, there were over 1 million abortions in the U.S.
Okay.
We're just going to call it 1 million to make the math easy.
Is that one in 4 women?
There's about 2% of abortions that are because of rape, incest, or life of the mother bullshit. Do you know how many that is? Do you know what 2% of 1 million is?
It's 1 in 4, right? 1 in 4.
2% is not 1 in 4. That's 20% or 25%.
Oh, well, huh. I was told it's 1 in 4 women.
It's 20,000. 20,000 compared to 1 million. They always talk about that 20,000 though. Like that's the real number that is what they're saying. Hey, we have to have it for rape and incest. It's 20,000 compared to 1 million. 980,000 more are just for convenience. But they won't be honest about that because if they did, they'd have to admit it's just about killing a baby because they don't want to live up to the responsibilities of their actions.
Oh, why would they want to do that? Dark Resurrect just said that he looked at the most current stats, the updated abortion numbers. Less than 0.5 were for rape or incest.
Well, there you go. Less than 0.5 brings us down to 5,000.
And that sounds a lot more realistic to me.
And for the record, I included life of the mother in there as well.
Yeah, but even that's going to be pretty rare.
20,000 is very rare. Out of the number of births, what are there, like 3 million births or something like that a year?
Something like that.
Ministry of Wrong Thing, thank you. Man, the Party for Democracy sure is against voters deciding what their own state does. Laugh my fucking ass off. Well, remember, they're only for democracy as long as you agree with them.
Yeah, to them, democracy is communism.
Yeah.
It's Bob Rule. And remember, Tim Walz honestly said that socialism is just another way of saying neighborliness.
Indeed. Daddy Issues Podcast, thank you so very much. I didn't realize you were watching us back. The curiosity of our future commander-in-chief is a gaping hole that needs filling. That's why I had her on the show, to probe her innermost workings while giving her space to spread everything that makes her special. Indeed.
Ew. That
Somebody-
sounded icky.
Sin Nikki, thank you. Real American black babies screw the narrative. Are you? I'm not sure how you mean there. Don't get me started about how this is just a way to kill black kids and that we would have
it's what it's all about.
double the black population at the very least without Roe v. Wade. The logical male, thank you. I stand by saying feminism is a culture to their point. Melania, Trump says it's okay to kill your unborn child in an ad. Hopefully it was not the Trump campaign. That was an ad for her book. And in her ad, she doesn't actually say that she's for abortion. She gives the hint that she is. Kamala's roast beef. I already said cunt, so I can go ahead and read this. Kamala's roast beef cunt. Thank you so much. Women should have 100% control of their bodies, says the Senate pass around who was in favor of vaccine mandates and wants to have the power to invoke the draft. By the way, she still has a vaccine mandate to work on her campaign.
Yeah, that's not surprising.
Yeah. She's allowed to disagree. Who did I say is not allowed to disagree? Anyway, let's get back to meat flaps over here.
Which is immoral. So this is the same guy that is now saying that. This is the same guy who said
maybe he's talking about protecting them from your husband. Melania responding to chat. Understatement. I get why conservatives and pro-life people are upset with Melania, but you're right. She's allowed to have her opinion. But it is indicative of what's happened in our culture over the last 50 years as it was beat into people's head that killing a child is a choice. But yeah, you're right. She has the right to her own opinion, but people have a right to be annoyed that she's held up as a conservative icon and is fine with killing babies. Anyway, I'll be honest, I don't even remember what Kamala just said.
Because it was word salad nonsense, like usual.
I'm far more interested in what our audience is saying than what this bitch is. And she's got a chance to be president.
Yeah, but our audience isn't retarded like she is.
that women should be punished for having abortions.
I meant to look up that quote because I've seen this part of the clip, and I have a feeling that is grossly taken out of context.
Oh, I'd be shocked to learn that. Shocked, I tell you.
This is the same guy who uses the kind of language he does to describe women.
Shut up, cunt. Are you strong and equal, or oh my god, he called me a name?
Oh, you know how it works. The double standard. She's a girl, so she gets it both ways.
Why am I never called a misandrist when I call a dude a dick, but if I call a woman a cunt, like how dare you be misogynistic?
Because you have to protect the women's, so they could be strong, independent women. I guess.
And this is because Trump will say horrible shit about anybody he's having an argument with. He doesn't care if you're man, woman, child, retarded, dead. He doesn't give a shit. He treats everyone the same. And like, how dare you treat us like you would treat men? We're special beings, or just like you.
Yeah. We're actually better than you. That's why you have to treat us different.
It's one of the most confounding things about feminism that is what they teach.
Yeah.
We are equal to you, but you need to treat us with kids' gloves because we're so fragile.
And watch how quick they'll revert to traditional roles if a war breaks out.
Right?
So, yeah, there you go.
By the way, there was an interesting comparison. Some dude was like, Trump was invited on this, but he was too afraid to go on there. Yeah, because instead he went to Dave Ramsey's show to talk about economic policy, which Kamala refused to do.
Of course, because she doesn't have one. She doesn't understand it.
Yeah, Kamala went on Girl Boss show to talk about how important abortion is. Thank you, FB. Feminist argument. Men have no idea what it's like not to be able to kill your own child. Also, over 99%. Sorry, what is that thing there? There's a little icon and I can't tell what it is. Also over 99% because they want to sleep around. L. The vast majority of, and I don't even want to say it's because they want to sleep around. I mean, it is. They don't care about that part of it. But it's because a baby would be inconvenient. It's an inconvenience. I mean, there's that one famous clip of who is it? One of the Wilson sisters, isn't it? Who's like, I have a career. And she even says she has babies now because she had an abortion.
That makes lots of sense.
Uh-huh. And then you have old goat throat there from Fleetwood Mac who said, I could not have been in this band if I had had my baby.
Yeah, bunch of ex hippies talking about murdering kids. I don't care about them at all.
So you got your career with a sacrifice to Moloch. Well done.
Yeah.
Go fuck yourself, you dirty whore. Murderous, dirty whore. Anyway.
I do want to focus on abortion for a moment because...
Shocking. On a feminist podcast, you want to talk about abortion?
Yeah, it's a death cult, man.
Can we just talk about how vapid this bitch looks?
Well, she's a feminist. They're not real bright.
What are we laughing at? Oh, God.
Understatement.
2 years.
It wasn't dirty, guys. It's an old joke from Jack hating Captain Janeway from Star Trek Discovery, right?
Voyager.
Everything after Deep Space Nine just kind of runs together.
Yeah, it's because like Enterprise was good the last season and then they canceled it and everything else has been dog shit. Thank you, Andrew Tate, who says the goalpost can't be moved much further. We're at the point where you just want a female candidate that can sit on a bar stool without sliding down it or enveloping it all up their hoj. I'm not finishing that sentence, but thank you, Andrew.
I really hope that Kamala Harris gets to be a first this coming November. Remember, guys, we're a month away. We are a month away from the election. And I want her to be the first VP to lose an election for president being a female of color. I sincerely wish that for her, and I hope she gets in all the history books for it.
Right?
There you go.
I do want to focus on abortion for a moment because 2 years ago, Roe v. Wade was overturned and women lost their constitutional right to an abortion.
They never had a constitutional right to an abortion. You fucking retard. You do realize that even under Roe, abortion could be limited after the 22nd week. It could be outright banned after the 22nd week under Roe.
No, it was just all dead babies all the time. I'm telling you, man, it's a death cult. These people want nothing more than death and destruction around them.
Lesser Logic says, I hate that phrase. Me too, but it was done on purpose. It was done on purpose. There's a reason that it was preached over and over and over and over again. Because they knew how fragile it was being, instead of ever passing a law that they knew they couldn't get passed, relying on the court to have done it meant that the court could undo it. All right.
Put out an episode about it. I flew to North Carolina. Yeah. I went to a preferred women's health center. I met with women that were getting screamed at and chanted at and called baby killers. And it was the most eye-opening experience I've ever had because
all of that happened because of Dobbs. And learn to say it. It's the Dobbs decision. Overturning a Roe v. Wade. The Dobbs decision. That is a precedent now. But you could go and see that stuff before, Jack. The abortion and anti-abortion folks have been at each other's throats since the 70s.
What?
They are baby killers. Yeah, they are.
I am a privileged white woman that lives in Los Angeles, and I am so aware of that.
Trust
you're
me, honey,
not
we
the-
all knew.
So you're not the target demographic of Planned Parenthood. You don't have enough pigmentation for that.
I understand that a lot of the younger generation sees things online and is like, what is right? What is wrong? What is real? What is not? Can you explain and talk about what is actually happening to abortion access right now in this country?
Yeah. So
She can,
Yeah.
but I'm going to go out. Now, I haven't seen this part, Jack, so I'm going to make a prediction. She's going to lie. Anybody want to take a bet on that? How many dumb people are in the audience who would like to lose money right now?
Not our audience.
Occasionally we get a retarded troll in here. I was hoping.
Yeah.
All
They're not
right,
real audience members, so.
Kamala's going to explain abortion access to us.
Oh boy.
Notice that bitch didn't say anything about any laws. The worst she said is that some people got screamed at.
Yeah.
That's it. That's literally it. She didn't point to, oh, I went there and this woman couldn't have an abortion because the state law said, no. I went there and I saw some people get yelled at. They called them baby killers.
Which is accurate. Also, maybe this lady should go watch Charlie Kirk do one of his stupid campus things and watch him get screamed at. Lots of people get screamed at. It doesn't mean anything. You only care when it's your personal pet thing so you can get more babies scooped out of your whore vagina.
Did you see the video of Charlie Kirk and Vivek Ramaswamy was with him?
Yeah, I saw parts of it.
The one chick who was arguing with him and losing, she pulled down her top so her nipple was showing.
Yeah.
Trying to get Charlie in trouble. Hey, dumbass, that only works on live feeds, you idiot. Anyway.
So again, I thank you for what you've been doing and at the earliest stage of this and following the stories. So
I've been following the story since before Dobbs was Where's my thank you, twat? Is it because I don't want to be called daddy?
Maybe.
You know, on public policy, I often tell my team, look, I don't want to hear about public policy is a fancy kind of speech or paper. Tell me how it'll affect a real person. So let's talk about how it affects a real person.
You don't want to know what the policy actually says? That's kind of important to how it'll affect the people, you fucking retard. What the hell kind of answer is that?
The shut up.
In all seriousness, this is the problem with the Alabama law that the IVF thing had, is that they weren't paying attention to the actual wording of the law. And as things changed and IVF becomes a thing and you have this lawsuit, they were like, oh shit, we probably should have paid attention to the letter of the law. Let's fix that.
Yeah, they did.
You need to pay attention to what the policy is, you fucking idiot. You can't suck your dick for everything. Gee, explain it to me like I'm a 5-year-old. You want to be the president. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, but she's going to explain it to us in layman's terms because we're all too dumb to understand what she's too dumb to understand.
The majority of women who receive abortion care are mothers. So if she's...
Well, for a few minutes.
For a month or so. She said abortion care.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's the opposite of care. It's abortion indifference to life.
That is so grotesque.
Yep.
Abortion. Oh God. The left in their fucking euphemisms, man.
They love to craft these phrases, these cutesy little phrases, so that they can absolve themselves of guilt.
Abortion, sunshine, and rainbows.
Yeah. It's not killing babies. It's advancing souls back to the gumph in heaven. Ugh.
It's a vaginal unicorn fart.
Yeah.
It's a unicorn queef. All right. Anyway.
She's in a state, and by the way, every state in the South, except for Virginia, has an abortion ban.
Okay. Nobody cares.
They don't have an abortion ban. There's no state in the union where abortion is 100% banned. There's just not. That's nonsense.
Okay. So imagine she's
Can I just point out, she said, I'm not going to talk about the policy. I'm going to talk about how it affects people. By the way,
because she has no policies.
By the way, every state in the South, which she doesn't define South, except Virginia, has an abortion ban. That's policy, bitch. That would be a policy discussion, which you just told us you don't even have the aides giving you the information you need to have that discussion.
Well, she's not going to talk about her policy.
Totally not a baby killer. Thank you so much. All I did was kill babies and talk about how much I love killing babies and recommend that everyone else kill babies and promote companies that kill babies. Why is everyone calling me a baby killer? I am very cross about this, but not enough to cross my legs. Well played. All right. Okay. Keldrick, thank you. Which state is vagina? Is that the crotch of America? Virginia. Easy.
I thought she was going to say vagina too. So
vaginas for lovers. I love that is Virginia's state motto. Virginia's for lovers.
Yeah.
Because it's dirty, but without being dirty. Like, hey, come fuck here. It's great.
Well, she really loves you. It's butt stuff.
It's not. Virginia's for lovers is so much classier than come fuck a whore in Vegas. We won't tell anyone. You know what I mean? What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. No, it doesn't. It comes back to you and stays on your crotch until you die. Just saying. Anyway.
She's in a state with an abortion ban. 1 out of 3 women are, by the way, in our country. And she's a mom. So she's going to have to figure out, one, God help her if she has affordable childcare. God help her if she has paid leave. And then she's going to have to.
You don't say God help her for things that you hope she has. You'd say God willing.
Yeah, and you're talking about killing children, which God is very much against.
What do you... She just used God to help her wrong. At least Biden has an excuse. He's a demented old man.
Well, she's retarded. Doesn't that count?
You would think a woman who was this worried about how things might turn out if she had another baby would take steps to prevent it. Oh, yeah, evil one. How about birth control? Yeah, right? All right.
Go to the airport. Stand in a TSA line.
Get your abortion there.
I'm sorry. If you get pregnant, you have to go to the airport. When did that happen?
I don't know.
Is this
probably
where
2 days after never?
Is this where the pregnancy registry is going to be?
Yes.
Hey, Kamala, you do know you can drive, right? I know you don't because you're a spoiled twat who hasn't had to drive herself in forever, but you could just drive. I love that she makes the TSA line part of the downside of this. You have to stand in the TSA line.
Get your junk fondled.
You mean like everybody who has to go on the air through an airport? Okay.
Get on a plane next to a perfect stranger.
It's better than an imperfect stranger.
That's true.
Everyone who gets on a public plane has to get on with strangers. Yeah. But if you're a woman who's getting an abortion, You should only be on a plane surrounded by loved ones as you go to kill your child.
To go to a city where she's never been.
How you know she ain't been there before?
Yeah.
That's a stretch.
To receive the care she needs.
It's not care.
She's going to probably have to get right back on that plane because she's got those kids. Her best friend's probably not with her because that's who's taking care of the kids.
Am I supposed to feel bad for this bitch? This
I
hypothetical
guess.
hoe? She could have avoided all of that for 50 cents. It's called, you don't even have to go to your fucking health department and get a condom.
What? What responsibility? Oh man, have you met women these days?
No, condoms break all the time. No, they don't.
You can't expect a woman, a strong, independent woman, to rely on her own initiative to get a condom. That is a man's job.
I want to see. We need to come up with an actual lie detector test because I have a theory, Jack.
Oh yeah.
I have a theory that most of the people who claim that they used a condom lie. And I base this on everybody I know who's claimed they used a condom eventually admitting they lied.
I'm gonna need a lawyer before I'll get anywhere near that machine.
Pumpkin Trucker, thank you. To be fair, Virginia only became Virginia's for lovers after the Supreme Court decided Love v. Virginia. Why do I know that case? That sounds familiar. I should know that. Anyway, but abortions and flying are cheaper than birth control. Yes. Remember when Rush Limbaugh got in trouble for calling that chick a hoe when she said she needed $3,000 worth of birth control every year?
Yeah. Well, he wasn't wrong. I mean, that's pretty hoary.
At the time, you could get a box of 36 condoms for $11 at Walmart.
Yeah, birth control. Her birth control was covered, if I remember correctly.
Well, what they wanted is birth control to be covered universally.
Yeah. Yeah, that chick was a bitch, too.
Yeah. And everybody got mad at Rush for calling her a hoe. I did the math once, and I don't remember what it is, but I did her exact numbers, like $3,700 or some shit like that, and divided it by 11 and then multiplied that by 36. And she could have fucked like literally nonstop on $3,000 a year. Jenna, thank you. She's a moron, monkey. True. And you really need to make sure you put a comma in there because, modern sensibilities. Thank you. Fetus is an unborn offspring that develops in the uterus of a human or other mammal after a certain stage of development. True. But this is one of the things I talk about with the abortion folks all the time is they start from a lie. Nobody's like, I'm having a fetus. We only started calling it a fetus in the 80s when there was a major backlash about how much abortion there was. And they're like, hey, it's just a fetus. And from there, we've moved on to clump of cells, Jack.
Yeah.
A parasitic clump of cells. Because if they told the truth that they're killing babies, then, people wouldn't be on board with it. So they have to make it sound scientific. Anyway, this whore was talking about something.
Oh, hang on. Thank you, Kamala's vaginal HPV tumor. It's funny every time. Yes, cunt, that is how flying commercial works. Yeah, they don't get that because she doesn't hang out with the peasant folk.
No. Everybody who goes on a plane is surrounded by family unless you're going to get an abortion in a city you've never been to before.
To get back in that TSA line, to get back on a plane, to go home.
And that's all if they can even afford the plane ticket or the bus ticket.
Exactly.
Oh, fuck off. A bus ticket's like $60. If you don't have friends that can each give you like $2 or $3 and round up enough money to come. Fucking A, I probably could pull that off in like 20 minutes, and I have poor fucking friends. My loser friends could come up, no offense, guys, could come up with $60, no problem, to get me a bus ticket to go get my baby carved out. Fuck off.
Jenna says, monkey punctuation is not my strong suit. It's okay. It made me laugh the way I read it. Once again, it's if you can't afford the $60 bus ticket, Jack, maybe you shouldn't be fucking. Maybe you should be responsible with your vagina.
Yeah, take some responsibility in your life, you fucking retards. Not everything is somebody else's problem. Your emergency, your poor planning does not make an emergency for me.
Thank you, Dangerous. Is she saying she's too dumb to understand the policy? Yes, she is. By the way, Kamala, if a doctor kills someone and it's not euthanasia, that is not medical care. I would argue with euthanasia, it's not medical care either. This shit isn't a word salad. It's a word salad bar. Look, I understand the arguments for euthanasia, but that's still not medical care. It's killing somebody.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's murder if it's with their consent, but I wouldn't call it medical care either. And it's a slippery slope, and they start telling veterans, hey, we realize you're having a rough time. Have you thought of offing yourself?
Yeah, we're not Canada. Savages.
Exactly.
Because when Roe v. Wade was overturned, I remember my DMs were flooded with thousands of women begging me to help. And it's over.
Right. Sure they were.
Begging you to help what?
Yeah, what are you going to do, babe?
Were you going to clap your knees together and make pregnancy go away?
Well, if she clapped her knees together, her pregnancy probably wouldn't have happened.
Thousands of women reached out to me to get me to help. Help what? That's such a stupid thing to say.
Yeah.
Jack, I have had people reach out to me in DMs and ask if I could help with stuff. One of the worst parts was, back under the old regime at Twitter, when somebody would come across a predator like, monkey, I can't get attention to this. Can you help me get this taken down? Because that's something with a little bit bigger of a reach I could actually do. If they came to me and went, hey, monkey, the Supreme Court struck down Roe v. Wade. Can you help? My answer would be like, what the fuck do you want me to do? I wouldn't be bragging about, hey, a whole bunch of really stupid people hit me up in DMs.
My audience is full of retards. That's what she just said.
Yes.
A couple things. First of all, even one pointed out that on average abortions cost $750. So we know what North Carolinians are going to do with their money. Also, thank you, Jack's Womb Bean. Either by vacuum or coat hanger. Get me out of here.
Thank you, Michelle. Chen claims God is pro-abortion, Numbers 5 through 11. Oh, God, now I got to look up numbers. I haven't read the Bible in forever. Let's see. No, I don't need that. Not 5:11.
There's no place like hose. If that's the name of a whorehouse, maybe.
Is it 5:11 through 31? Because that's what keeps coming up here. I'll read biblical stuff later. Chank's a retard. Just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Man, have you seen Anna?
Oh, she's been getting red pilled.
Bro, if she had her old nose, I'd think she was looking cute again.
She get a boyfriend or something? Because
I don't know. It started when she got annoyed at the trans stuff. And she's not anti-trans. She just sees, reality that there is a difference between a woman and a trans woman.
Yeah, well, you're not allowed to see reality anymore, so that's why she's in trouble.
All right, speaking of delusions, let's go back to this fake blonde here.
Overwhelming. And I can't even imagine, I'm saying that in front of you, but it's overwhelming. And I remember people begging me, like, I just need to afford a bus ticket so I can get out of this abortion desert that I live in the South, so I can get to a state.
Your audience was hitting you up for abortion travel money?
Were they Egyptian or Nigerian princes by any chance?
I don't believe you.
Yeah. Well, I believe her audience probably would ask her for money, but it's stupid.
I do not believe that this happened. This is bullshit. Maybe one or two people said that.
Yeah, there were not hundreds or thousands.
I live in this abortion desert.
Abortion. It's not a food desert. You're not starving just because you can't carve out the baby you made with some random dude from the bar.
Do you think men accidentally sent subliminal messages to women about how they needed to kill their kids by giving them vacuums?
I mean, maybe. I rule nothing out.
Vacuums and coat hangers. I mean, it's kind of like we were taunting them to do it.
That's a good point.
I'm just saying.
Date, but they can't even you know what I mean? So it's like these people are literally landlocked into a position that they don't want to be.
And here's the thing.
Let's be a little more discerning with your meat flaps, whore.
Thank you. I was just going to go there. How come they never talk about being responsible with your vagina?
Because they don't want to be. That's just it. They want to have all this free love. Life is full of responsibilities, so you don't die, okay? Poor choices equal poor outcomes.
Men do not get this choice. If we knock some bitch up and she decides to have that baby, we are on the hook for 18 years, whether we want it or not.
Oh, don't worry. Men's obligation, I know, does come up in here somewhere.
And if we mention it, we're told, you shouldn't have put it in there if you didn't want to have to deal with the responsibility. But they never say that to women, ever.
Oh, no. Women are immune from that, from responsibility.
We men are being oppressed by the female majority of this country.
Yeah.
Here's the thing is that you don't have to abandon your faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government shouldn't be telling her what to do. If she chooses, she'll talk to her priest, her pastor, her rabbi, her imam, but not the government telling you what.
And
She's
yet,
talking.
here you are.
Wait, she's talking to her imam about having an abortion?
Yeah, because so many of them are like, do it, that'll show them.
X to doubt. Although I do imagine that abortion procedure. How do you get a suicide vest on a fetus?
No, they'd be stoned to death because they're trying to kill a baby.
I love that she had to throw in imam. Fuck off.
What to do. And that's what's so outrageous about it is a bunch of these guys up in these state capitals are writing these decisions because
who elects all the men? Dangerous Faces, thank you. Spoiler alert, in that verse, it's described as a punishment and a curse. By Chank's logic, when God turned people into pillars of salt at Sodom and Gomorrah, that was him being pro-seasoning. Moron, indeed. Moron is probably the most accurate way to describe Chank. Liar would be a good second.
Yeah, he's not real smart.
They somehow have decided that they're in a better position to tell you what's in your best interest than you are to know what's in your own best interest.
That's why
you
they're
know what
elected.
Wait. We are talking about you needing an abortion because you made a horrible fucking decision. The more I hear pro-abortion people talk, the more I do believe men should be allowed to tell women how to handle their vaginas because they can't be trusted to do it.
Oh boy, that is underselling it, isn't it?
Johnny Hellcat, thank you. If all of your holy men are saying it's okay to get an abortion, you're not in a church, you're in a cult, and you need to get the hell out of there.
Damn right.
We're just going to pour this Kool-Aid into your cooch and take care of this real quick.
Your baby desires Flavor Aid for the electrolytes.
Oh,
it's got the electrolytes babies crave.
Outrageous.
It's outrageous. I mean, Dad.
Again, all men are elected by women, okay? Women are the majority of the population. They are the majority of the voters. You don't get to get up there and whine that men are doing this when you're the ones electing them. And can I just point out that just a minute ago, she was telling us that religious leaders should be the ones helping decide on abortion, not doctors, not the woman, religious leaders. But now elected officials, whoa, hey, that's a step too far.
Me and Dangerous are on the same page here. How come she gets to say that women can make the decisions about their bodies unless it comes to a vaccine?
Because that's well, see, they described this. We had this discussion. I don't know if you remember, Jack, back during COVID. It's different, you see, because an abortion only affects the woman. Not true, but that's their argument. Meanwhile, if you get COVID, you could cough on her grandma and kill grandma.
Yeah, let's
So
fuck right
it's
off
okay.
with that crap. No, that's such hypocritical bullshit.
It is their logic, though, 100%. That
So
baby
pilot.
in there. This is why we talk about the dehumanization of the baby, because it is not a human to them.
Yeah.
They're not killing a human. Spud, thank you. Given consanguinity, I'm probably butchering that. Amongst British Muslims, it's probably not a bad conversation.
Snow Pilot made a good statement. How many of the imams are women?
Do they have female imams?
No.
Thank you. Wait. Yeah, I already got that one. I think we're all caught up here and can move back into the retards. Go ahead.
Thank you, Kamala's sloppy Joe pussy. Surprised that one got through. Doug and I always use a condom. As a side benefit, I can cop a squat anywhere. My shit comes out in a little baggie. Ew. Ew. I felt dirty reading that, but thank you.
Oh, that word was inbreeding. Oh, so incest. Gotcha.
Daddy Gang to put it in.
Wait.
It's outrageous.
It's outrageous. I mean, Daddy Gang to put it in.
Did she say Daddy Gang?
Yeah, Daddy Gang is the name of her fans.
That is creepy.
That's kind of hot, but my fetishes aside, yeah, the whole thing's fucking stupid. These people are dumb. Daddy Gang. When your husband finishes in you, do you say thank you, Daddy? Or does he say thank you, Daddy, to you? Because that's fucked up. If your male feminist boyfriend says thank you, Daddy, after he nuts inside you, ladies, he's a pervert rapist, probably.
Daddy Gang.
Yeah. Daddy Gang.
It's outrageous.
It's outrageous. I mean, Daddy Gang to put it in our TikTok terms. I have seen girls on the street walk up to men and be like, do you know where a tampon goes? Do you know how many tampons we use? Do you even know how, do you know what a X or Y or Z is of a part?
I don't know if you know this, sweetheart, but men don't need that information.
Or care. I mean, a mouse and telescope. I'll play with a tampon, not a used one. But if I find a tampon in your purse, I am totally going to play with that. It's going to be a mousey and a telescope on the dinner table at Applebee's within a minute.
I know what a tampon is, where it goes, how it's used, but I don't need that information. And I don't know if you know this, but if you don't know how to use them, they come with instructions, including drawings.
What? That's crazy talk.
I've seen women go up to men and ask them, why the fuck are you bothering men, asking them on the street about if they know where a fucking tampon goes?
Because Daddy Gang needs to know.
What does that prove? That we don't have vaginas we have to worry about? It's kind of in the definition of men, you fucking idiot. This is annoying.
Do you think Daddy Gang is a lot like Yang Gang?
I think Daddy Gang's a lot like a special needs class.
Part of our, and they don't know the answer.
I was the first vice president or president to ever in office go to a reproductive health care clinic ever.
You mean as the only woman?
Yeah, I mean, well, you're lucky men go to the doctor, lady.
You're old, postmenopausal, and weren't having kids anyway. Why were you at a reproductive clinic? Go to a gynecologist like a normal person. What does...
Yeah.
So what? Men and women,
Everything's the first.
men and women are different. And the sky is still blue.
And what a complete fucking waste of my tax dollars for you to go to a place so you could have like a little photo op.
She's very proud of that.
Of course she is.
We all know you're the first one with a vagina. Men don't have to go to the... And for the record, I dare say, using the classification you're using, some of those old men probably went to reproductive clinics after Cialis became a thing.
Yeah, that's true.
Just saying.
Gotta get them cheap little blue pills.
Laura Bush got a spring in her step there for a little bit. I'm just noticing things, Jack. Just noticing things.
Oh, you're not allowed to notice things. I don't know if you were aware of that.
Travis Gardner, thank you. If a woman walks up to me and asks me how to use a tampon, I'm causing a scene. I'm going to ask her why she's too retarded to know.
I'm going to ask her how
you know
long
that?
she's been a chick, because that was a dude at one point. Are you Dylan
Really?
Mulvaney?
Yes.
Wait.
President or president to ever in office go to a reproductive health care clinic ever.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my God, you're so stunning and/or brave. I didn't know you were so stunning.
She's the first woman in the vice presidency. She's the only one who would need to go what they now call a reproductive clinic or a women's health care clinic. A place where OBs are, you fucking retard. Do you think George Bush went to get a pap smear?
Well, I don't know what George did in his free time.
Really? She's so shocked by that. Why are you the one asking these questions if you're shocked by the fact that she's the first female to have been in the vice presidency?
Well, the men had jobs to do, so they were.
It was kind of all over the news.
A little bit. Real quickly, thank you, Johnny Hellcat. Applebee's, the only place where you could get turned away, try to walk through the door with a tampon trebuchet. It's not like it's a Denny's. That's true. They are slightly classier and have somewhat higher standards, much to my great dismay occasionally. You got to do that shit at Waffle House where they're like, oh, you're not fighting? Cool.
Look how proud Kamala is of that.
Oh, she loves accolades, but she doesn't like actual responsibility. You know,
I'm the first one with a vagina.
Yeah.
Well,
I still say
Yes.
Garfield may have been a woman.
Yeah.
I still say Obama may have been.
Yeah, no, Big Mike was a dude. That was his first gay relationship.
See, everybody thinks he's gay. I think he was born a chick and that the kids are actually theirs and he's the one that gave birth.
Oh, he does have very womanly hips.
The Randall report, thank you. Did she have a baby removal? I doubt it because she would be bragging all day long if she'd had an abortion.
And she's pretty old, so.
Yes.
I didn't know that, but I guess that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. To your point.
And yet the men are
To
making
what
the
point?
decisions about our bodies.
And here's the other thing about this point.
I saw videos where guys are asked if they know where tampons go. I'm the first one who's gone to a reproductive clinic. To your point, stop using phrases you've heard and don't understand because that's not near the point at all. It's not even close. Unless your point is that both of you are saying nonsensical bullshit, in which case, carry on.
That's this whole interview, dude.
it's about IVF treatments and access. It's about access to contraception, which is very much at risk with these folks.
No, it's not. Stop telling that lie.
It is about, back to the point about reproductive health clinics. You know what those clinics also do? They do PAPs. They do breast cancer screenings. They do.
You know who else does those? Doctors, hospitals.
They have Pabst Blue Ribbon there?
Yes.
Oh wow.
I wouldn't recommend drinking it if it comes out of something that looks like a duck, though.
Oh yeah. Probably a good
do
point.
HIV testing. And they're having to close in many places with these bans. So think about the fact that for anyone who has gone to one of these clinics, you understand that it is.
Wait. They do all that stuff, all this medical stuff that health insurance covers,
Mm-hmm.
but they have to close down if they can't kill babies?
Yeah, I was wondering about that too, because they're always saying how, we do all these other helpful things, but it seems like they're making all their money from dead babies.
You can't keep a medical clinic running without abortion in America.
Sounds like it's just an abortion clinic then.
Yeah. But this is the shit they pull all the time. Planned Parenthood does so much more than just abortions. And if they have to close down, then women are going to lose access. Stop killing the babies. They'll keep getting their funding.
Yeah. Why would they close down if they're doing all these other things, all these other procedures? Like if McDonald's takes the big big and tasty off the menu, are they closing down? No. And what the big
Kamala's chum bucket aroma. Thank you so very much.
Oh, dude.
I know where tampons go. Also where Kamala puts cucumbers. Pity she pulls out pickles. Wow.
It's like that movie Teeth.
We're getting close to where I'm going to not be able to read what you're writing. Just fair warning.
Yeah, you're dancing on the edge there, buddy.
You're real close. All right.
It is sometimes the most trusted place where people receive that kind of health care, because they walk into those places that are generally staffed by people who create a safe place for people to come in without judgment.
Are people judging folks for getting mammograms and pap smears and condoms? I mean, maybe
Apparently.
condoms. So women go to abortion clinics to get all of their other health care because it's the only place they can get their vag checked out without being judged. Does anybody believe that shit? Does anybody believe that shit?
No. Didn't we pass Obamacare so these people could go to regular doctors?
Yes.
So anyone seeking any kind of reproductive health care and wanting to go to a place where they feel safe and without judgment, these clinics have often been the place that people can go.
Yeah,
where'd they go?
There.
Where'd they go before we had abortion clinics? Because notice she won't even call it that, because that's what she's really talking about. She's talking about Planned Parenthood.
Yeah, of course.
And yes, there are other, such a gross term, abortion chains, but the big one is Planned Parenthood, and that's who she's talking about. And she's not even honest enough to just say it.
Why would she want to do that?
I can only get my vag looked at an abortion clinic.
And many of them are having to close because of.
Can I just point out she skipped going on Dave Ramsey's show to talk about economics so that she could have this discussion?
Yeah, because this is all feelings bullshit. This isn't any kind of actual, information.
These laws.
I was raised Catholic, and abortion is a sin. Mm-hmm. And when I put out that episode, I had a lot of women reach out to me saying like, wow, I live in the South and I never thought about it that way. Like maybe I am pro-choice because I won't get an abortion because of my religion, but why should we control what someone else wants to do? And that's
exactly.
Because I wouldn't kill somebody, but why should I stop the Boston Strangler?
That's not my job, apparently. I personally would just let him murder because that's what we do.
I'm not pro murder. I am pro choosing to murder. And I'm not even talking about abortion here. I'm talking Ted Bundy. I'm not pro cannibal. I am pro choice to eat. How can you find something like that so morally repugnant, so sinful that you won't do it, but you'll support other people doing it?
Yeah, that's an accessory. I mean, I'm sure God's not going to enjoy that one very much.
I must have missed the penumbra of the 10 Commandments.
Yeah, that's
You
still
know,
not murder unless, you really don't want that baby or you're irresponsible.
thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, but if your neighbor's coveting his neighbor's wife, cool beans.
Yeah. You can't covet your neighbor's wife unless she's smoking hot, dude.
And you know what's interesting, Alex, to your point,
Oh,
what I'm
God.
finding as I travel?
What?
People who before 2 years ago, before Roe v. Wade was overturned, people who felt very strong about that they are anti-abortion, are now seeing what's happening and saying, I didn't intend for all this to happen.
No bullshit.
She's not wrong, but here's why. She's talking about cases like Ashley Thornton or whatever the fuck her name is, where they're being lied to about what's going on. And oh my God, I didn't realize that could happen. Well, it's because you were lied to about what happened. That didn't happen. I've seen some of the same people. I've seen conservative women going, hey, we need to back off on the abortion thing a little bit. Because I mean, things like this chick that had to leave Texas to get her. She didn't have to leave. Like this girl in Ohio, she didn't have to leave.
That was a 10-year-old that was raped.
Yeah. She had to leave because they were protecting the rapist.
The illegal immigrant rapist.
So these women are being lied to about what's actually going on. And instead of saying that, which is the truth, these women are like, oh my God, I didn't mean for this to happen. I didn't mean for 10-year-old girls to get raped and not be able to have an abortion. She could have had an abortion in Ohio if they wouldn't have been protecting a rapist.
And I think that's also why in state after state, so-called red states and so-called blue states, when this issue has been on the ballot, the American people are voting for freedom. Because ultimately it's about, look, this is not.
Then why do you need a federal law or the court to step in and reinstitute it? If state after state this is happening, how come you just told us the entire South has abortion bans?
Yeah.
Sorry, except Virginia. You know, where the governor actually talked about laying children there and letting them die as they decided what to do with them.
Not about imposing.
Former governor, I should point that out, not Youngkin. That was the dick before him.
My thoughts on you in terms of what you do with your life or your body. It's actually quite the opposite. It's saying the government shouldn't be telling people what to do.
Then why do you want to interfere with states' rights?
Because the government should only tell people what she wants them to do.
Yeah. Jesus. Yeah, it's pronounced freedom. Real quickly. Thank you, Frosted Glass. Men don't know where a tampon goes, so should people uninformed about something be making laws restricting it? Unrelated note, can you define assault rifle or semi-automatic, Kamala? Yeah, well,
yeah.
You know the answer to that.
Remember, the only time they talk about unrestricted freedom is when they're talking about killing babies. That's it. They don't talk about it for freedom of speech. They don't talk for any of your fucking Bill of Rights. None of it.
No, because they don't believe in those.
You drop an N-bomb on Twitter, they don't believe in freedom there. It's only when it comes to killing a kid. Oh, sorry, not a kid, a parasitic clump of cell fetus. Anyway, we're moving from that retard session to this one.
Yeah.
And I've seen more of this one than I had of the other one. but I still haven't seen much of it compared to how long it is. Tim Walz, I'll give him some credit. He went on Fox News. And to who is that? Shannon Bream? I don't watch Fox anymore. I don't know who their personalities are.
I wish I did.
She actually does a decent job, at least in the parts that I've seen, of pushing back against this retard.
Yeah, Fox has slipped quite a bit, but Shannon Bream's a pretty good reporter. So
Telvin says it's because they're demons, Monkey. Simple as that. I mean, it's hard to argue with that. Anyway, take care, Angry. We'll see you later, bud.
Later, man.
Joining us now, Democratic Vice Presidential nominee, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Governor, great to have you with us on Fox News Sunday.
Great to be with you, Shannon. Thanks for having me.
Okay, so
he's not going to believe, or he's not going to keep that sentiment for very long.
No,
that's great to be here. Thanks for having me. Fox has been inviting you guys on since before you were even the candidate with her. I love that. Thanks for having me. You are the vice presidential candidate running. Every news station in the world will have you on right now.
Yeah. Look at that dumb smile he's got. He's like a Downsy kid.
So I want to pick up where Alexis left off there in the Middle East, because you were asked in the debate the other night a question about whether or not you would support a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran.
Literally the first question of the debate, and he could not answer it. He spoke for 2 minutes straight and didn't come close to answering it, Jack.
Monkey, he was raised in a middle-class house.
Just like Kamala.
Yeah, and that informs his decisions.
You didn't really get to an answer on that. So this administration continues to call for,
despite having the chance to answer it a second time,
Israel to moderate its response after being attacked by Iran. Do you now think that Israel has a right to either strike oil facilities, nuclear facilities?
We'll back it up so we can get the full question. Look at his face just listening to the question. He's confused.
Yeah, he's dumb. He is a really dumb person. Did you see Elon Musk mocking him?
No.
When Elon came out at the Trump rally in Butler, he starts jumping up and down and dancing around, and people were like, "Oh, he's being silly." No, he was making fun of Tim Walz's entrance, where he's like throwing his arms up and getting everybody riled up and prancing around. Oh, dude, it's fun. It's become a meme of Elon jumping. I could jump this high on Mars.
I did see the meme that it starts with Obama and it says, "I need a vice president dumber than me," and then Joe Biden says, "I need a vice president dumber than me," and then Kamala says, "I need a vice president dumber than me." And it's so sadly true.
Yeah.
There in the Middle East, because you were asked in the debate the other night a question about whether or not you would support a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran. You didn't really get to an answer on that. So this administration continues to call for Israel to moderate its response after being attacked by Iran. Do you now think that Israel has a right to either strike oil facilities, nuclear facilities? What's your position on that?
Well, look, let's remember how this started.
What was that?
Doggy style. Oh, you meant something else.
Oh my God, he's going into his answer he gave the other night.
Yes, they don't give original answers, dude. It's all canned responses.
He literally starts it the exact same way.
Mm-hmm.
Motherfucker.
Your facilities, what's your position on that?
Well, look, let's remember how this started, and we're approaching tomorrow a tragic anniversary. Hamas terrorists murdered over 1,200 innocent Israelis.
Yes, but you were asked if you think, does Israel have the right to hit Iran? That's the question. We don't need to remember where it started. Everybody knows where it started. And if you're going to, especially since we're talking about bombing Iran and not bombing Gaza, the start there is Iran launching missiles at Israel. That's what you're being asked if they have the right to respond to, dick. Why are they? I swear to God, and this comes up in the next Kamala one, just the one clip that I've seen of it. They are allergic to answering questions. This is a simple thing. Do you agree that they should be able to bomb oil fields in Iran? Let's remember how this started. The fuck are you talking about, old man?
This is a very complex situation we're dealing with. There's a lot of moving parts that I was raised in a middle class house, and I'm kind of a knucklehead.
And I befriend school shooters.
46 Americans took hostages. We have been clear. Israel has the right to defend itself. We've always stood in that position. We need the hostages returned, and we need to bring an end to the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But again, the point is it's Iran is at the heart of this, and their proxies that bring disruption throughout the region. That's why being in the Situation Room as Vice President was working with Israelis to repel the attack we saw this week. They tried.
You weren't in the Situation Room. Frosted, thank you. I'm surprised he hasn't said he was there on October 7th. Give him time.
Yeah.
Fox News, y'all need to fix your audio. He is peaking on his fucking mic and it's driving me insane. What the fuck is he talking about?
I don't know. He says words. He's like Kamala. There's words, and sometimes they make sense together. Most of the time, they don't.
Significant honor. That's very kind. Said you're very much missed when you're not here. Thank you. I will try not to be gone as much. He kind of came close to answering the question, and he's still mumbling. So we'll figure out if he goes further. But
could you back that up? Oh, sorry.
Sure. But he says that Israel has a right to defend itself. That's fine. Well, you are being asked about a very specific thing that could lead to major implications in the region.
Dangerous asked, did he just say 46 Americans took hostages?
I think he said taken hostage, but we can check.
I mean, I don't rule it out either way. But that said, yet he's friends with school shooters after all.
Cryptic, thank you. We should let Israel bomb Iran back to the Stone Age. I mean, current age with Ebony Williams' blessing. Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to bomb them back to Thursday.
All right. I got to watch him to give this fucking speech a third time.
Yep.
A tragic anniversary. Hamas terrorists murdered over 1,200 innocent Israelis. 46 Americans took hostages. We have been clear.
He did say
it. No, he didn't.
He did. You guys heard it here. Okay. He said 46 Americans took hostages.
There's a comma there. He was saying that 46 Americans were killed. Is that even right?
No, they were taken hostage. He said took hostages, not taken hostages. Taken as hostages would be grammatically correct.
No, I understand what you're saying, but if you listen to the way he says it, he's the implication there is that those Americans were killed.
No, I'm taking him at his word. He literally said 46 Americans took hostages.
But listen, whoops, shit.
Well, look, let's remember how this started, and we're approaching tomorrow a tragic anniversary. Hamas terrorists murdered over 1,200 innocent Israelis. 46 Americans took hostages. We have been clear. Israel has the right to.
I think he's trying to say 46 Americans were killed, and that's a comma, and took hostages as in meaning. Either way, he's a retard.
Yeah. Well, that's a given.
But yeah, I mean, I can see it the way you guys are hearing it too. So, agree that he's just a retard?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Monkey is right, but Jack is funnier. Yeah, look, I see the humor in it, but it's scary that this man is this close to being. Everybody says a heartbeat away from the presidency. Shouldn't it be a lack of a heartbeat away from the presidency?
A stopped heart away from a presidency.
Yeah, that makes more sense, right?
I think so.
I don't know why. I I had that thought today because I heard somebody say that. Be a heartbeat away from the presidency. I'm like, but if the heart's still beating, he's okay.
Well, it's the last heartbeat.
I suppose.
Defend itself. We've always stood in that position. We need the hostages returned, and we need to bring an end to the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But again,
Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm so tired of you. I saw a Gazan dude with tits. They're fine. Safarius, thank you. Mr. Jack, remember he's a knucklehead from small town Nebraska. Not his fault he ain't too bright. Is he from Nebraska originally?
Sounds right. I know we looked it up once, but I'm too lazy
Yeah, I
to
can't
do it
remember.
again. But he's just a knuckle. I'm just a big doofus. Ha ha, I'm a knucklehead. Silly, wacky me. I fucking hate this guy. He's such a fucking douchebag.
You can have a knucklehead VP because chances are the president's going to live and be fine. But not when your presidential candidate is Kamala Harris. You can't have two retards on the ticket. It just doesn't work.
I hope it doesn't.
Although,
but-
I mean, I guess we did in 2020.
Yeah, yeah, in 2016. Thank you, Cryptic. Walz is like the third nipple conversion. We all have to explain why it's there, but in the end, we know it's the retarded gene that caused it.
Yep. True story.
Yeah,
The
that's a
point
great
is
analogy.
it's Iran is at the heart of this, and their proxies that bring disruption throughout the region. That's why being in the Situation Room as Vice President was working with Israelis to repel the attack we saw this week. They tried it back in April, the same thing. And that's the point of being and boxing Iran in. President Trump.
What the fuck is he talking about?
I don't know. He's never been vice president, so is he talking about Harris? He's got this problem where he leaves things out. We saw it in the debate. He started with one thought and ended with a totally different one.
And there was at least one more in the middle.
Yeah, and it's what Biden does because Biden's got dementia. What's this retard's excuse?
I don't know how anybody takes this guy serious.
Dude, you got me. I don't either.
Dan Quayle, thank you. And y'all thought I was dumb.
Right.
Well, he couldn't spell potato, but otherwise, I mean, he was a Harvard grad, so well, then again, so is David Hogg.
Yeah, well.
I saw that retard today. A meteorologist mentioned the pressure system going on down there with the hurricane.
Yeah.
And that fucking retard shot up. David Hogg said he's right and went on to talk about how dangerous the storm. I'm like, dude, why are you coming? You're a fucking loser who happened to be somewhere where other people got shot. You didn't even know the people who got shot. Why the fuck would I take your word? Why do I need your confirmation that the meteorologist is right about the hurricane?
Because he's Davy Hogg. I like how the guy that criticized you just posted a picture of Trump and it said rapist on it. And
Yeah.
like you even mentioned Trump at all.
That's the guy that we were talking about with how the level of retards I deal with has taken a severe decline lately.
Yeah, it really has.
I guess all the smart ones blocked me. I use smart as a relative term there.
Well,
right,
they
anyway.
gave up because they're pussies.
Can you imagine having the nerve to be like, yep, he's right, talking to a meteorologist about the weather when you're David Hogg?
Yeah. Somebody who actually went to school for it, got at least some kind of training, and you're like, oh, you're correct.
It's one of the few times I've told somebody on social media to shut the fuck up. Normally I, enjoy the banter with the retards, but like, just shut up.
Stop.
Speaking of banter with retards, back to Timmy. Today.
Trump tore up the nuclear deal that moved Iran closer to a nuclear weapon. He also allowed Iran to shoot down an American aircraft in international airspace with a tweet. And when Iranian weapons
You mean that unmanned drone?
I'm sorry. One, the question is, do you support Israel attacking Iran? And you bring up Trump killing the very bad nuclear deal where we just gave Iran a bunch of money and said, keep it on the down low, okay? But then listen to what he says.
Moved Iran closer to a nuclear weapon.
Here.
He also allowed Iran to shoot down an American aircraft in international airspace with a tweet. And when
He let Iran shoot down U.S. aircraft in international waters with a tweet.
Yes, he gave tacit permission. He was like, yes, do it. That'll show us.
Yeah, backscan, that's the other thing. The way that he says it, he could mean that Iran shot it down with a tweet.
I mean, tweets are violence.
He's not very good at speaking. He is not well spoken.
Well, he's kind of a knucklehead.
If he was black, even Biden would be like, that's one unwell spoken Negro.
I'm telling you, he can articulate words. They just don't mean anything in the form they're in.
Donald Trump did not allow them to shoot that down with a tweet. He was the president of the United States and made the decision. He may have announced it on Twitter, but he made the decision not to fire at the Iranians over an unmanned drone in international waters.
Yeah, you don't have to go to war over every fucking thing. That's dumb.
Timmy, how many Iranians should we have killed for that?
Oh,
Just-
at least a dozen.
I need to be the one asking these questions. I'm so tired of these fucking people. They're so bad at their jobs.
Oh, they're just moral cowards.
Thank you, Cryptic. Walz is my retarded commie cousin. You have my sympathy, sir.
Yeah, no kidding.
All right. Apparently Trump was shooting down things with I don't fucking know.
Iranian weapons, missiles fell on U.S. troops, he called it a headache when it was traumatic brain injury. Just to be clear.
This is something they keep talking about, and I'm gonna be honest, Jack, I don't know the truth of it. A lot of the people, they had headaches for a few days. They probably had a concussion.
Yeah.
But this has become the new burn pits for these folks.
Yeah, and every time they lie about Trump, I immediately assume they're lying. Like, every one of these little stories almost always turns out to be either complete bullshit or mostly bullshit.
Clear. We have,
For the record, Trump said they had headaches because that was what they reported.
Yeah.
Joe Biden let our soldiers be murdered and then killed an aid worker and 8 of his family members in retaliation for something they didn't do.
But no, Monkey, that's not possible because no soldier was in a war zone and died on Joe Biden's watch.
True. I heard that from Kamala.
Yeah, and he probably doesn't remember those soldiers because he was looking at his watch the whole time anyway. But thank you, Evolved Potato. Potato with an E is technically a correct way to potato. It's more Old English, like old with an E is technically correct. And I did come up with my username before I learned of Dan Quayle. Yeah, I mean, it is the old-timey way of doing it, but they didn't have standardized English until the Oxford English Dictionary came out in like 1921. And a crazy person worked on it. There was a whole book about it, The Professor and the Madman. Great book. So, yeah, you're technically correct.
Don't let that weirdo Australian try to get you off of American English, man.
Well, it's old-timey British English, so...
Next, you're going to be putting U's in color.
Oh, no, that's never happening.
Color.
We fought a war, so I don't have to do that.
Oh, God, I don't even want to click play on it. There's a part that we want to get to because it's funny, but I don't know that I can take the retardation.
I know. That's the problem with doing this is we suffer. The people at home at least can turn off and walk away or go pee or something. We're still here.
I don't know who told her the Rachel cut 30 years too late is working for her, but it's you don't have the face shape for that, sweetie.
Yeah.
Anyway.
have always said we reserve the right to protect American troops, our allies in the region, and that there is consequences for Iran. So what you're seeing right
I want to know what Tim Walz said when Soleimani was killed.
Oh, that was the worst ever. He was just an Islamic scholar. But I don't know. I'm just a big knucklehead.
They want to pretend now that Donald Trump didn't do anything to Iran. He just gave him free reign. But the Democrats are also the ones who are like, oh my God, he killed Soleimani. They're going to come get us now. If they didn't have contradiction, they would have nothing.
Well, they count on the fact that most of their audience is fucking retards.
It's better than it's better than Tim's George Costanza cut. You're not wrong, Frosted. You are not wrong.
Yeah, at least Shannon Bream's attractive. He is he's an unfortunate looking man. He looks like the bad guy from a Three Stooges sketch.
right now is the ability to work with our allies, the ability to make sure Iran does not further, and every administration has dealt with them for 45 years. Now it's to make sure, and there has never been a question, Israel has the right to defend itself, and we stand with them to do that. But we need to bring this to a conclusion.
Does that include a strike on Iran's nuclear or oil facilities?
Specific operations will be dealt with at the time, but being very clear on this, Iran, there was consequences for what they do. That's what's happening right now. Israel.
Monkey. Oh, he's gone. Oh, there he is. You're back? Right. Nope. All by myself. What, the CIA? Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. They like killing people. Oh, thank you, Jenna. Jack, I always wondered why we fought the Revolutionary War. Now I know it's so you don't have to put the U in color. The more you know. Also, so I don't have to drink tea.
Okay, sorry about that. My mic just started not working and it kept kicking me out. So I had to back all the way out to come back in, and seems to be working now.
Yeah, your mic does that a lot. It's kind of weird.
Well, like this, I only remember doing it once or twice before, but that was odd. As I was ranting that you guys didn't get to hear, the question to Tim is, what do you support? What do you support? Well, that'll be something we look. If Israel came to you tomorrow and you had to make the decision and they said, hey, we're going to bomb an Iranian oil field, would you say do it or don't, or not have an opinion at all? It's that easy. I would leave it up to the Israelis. I would tell them I don't think they should do it. Which one? Why are you such a douche?
Because he can be.
Israel's right to defend itself is not in question.
Okay, you said in a radio interview that anti-Israel protesters were speaking out, quote, for all the right reasons. You know that some of them are carrying Hamas flags. Some of them are calling for the extermination of the Jewish state.
True.
Do you want to clarify your praise for that?
Well, that's a good question.
It is. It absolutely is. And it's one thing she did here, and it's another reason you're not going to see them on Fox News again before the election. She is doing what the debate moderators tried doing to Vance. Hey, fuck nut. This is what you said. You want to clear that up for us?
No, I don't. No, I think I'll stay ambiguous. Thank you.
Your praise for that.
Well, I'm certainly not talking about them. I'm talking.
There's actually an echo in their audio. Fox, get your shit together. I'm certainly not talking about. Did you say there were fine people on both sides, or did you just say that you support the those Palestinian protesters are standing up for the right reasons? Did you give any kind of qualification on that? I know you didn't, but All right, here is bullshit explanation here.
Talking about the people who understand that we have to end the humanitarian crisis, but they understand we need to return the hostages, bring peace to the region. Look,
There's a whole bunch of them who just today were again on the anniversary tearing down the posters of the hostages. Did you mean them?
He stands with the rebels.
I will always defend people's rights to First Amendment, but that's not the folks I'm talking about. Those folks.
Oh, sorry, that was funny.
Nigga, you said, you motherfucker, you said the First Amendment is not an absolute right, you piece of shit. You said that it doesn't cover misinformation. Your words, not mine. I'm not wrong on that.
Nope, that's absolutely what he said. That's why I laughed.
R.I.P. No, fuck no. I stand by that N-bomb. Fuck this guy. This lying motherfucker just told us I always stand up for people's right to free speech. When he literally said that your free speech if you lie, you don't have free speech, which, by the way, not true. You're allowed to lie. You have 100% ability to lie unless you are under oath, Jack.
Yeah.
Or, you're being questioned by police and it is a relevant matter.
Oh, there is one other instance that you're not allowed to lie about. Stolen valor.
Stolen valor. Yeah.
Oh, wait. Who are we talking about? Oh, Tim Walz. That's right.
We get him defending it as he's defending people who are supporting terrorists.
Yep.
That's when he suddenly decides that free speech go fuck yourself. And then he's like, sorry, go ahead.
Free speech matters when it's a topic he cares about.
But then he has the nerve to try to protect. No, not those people. The ones who understand. The ones who understand that we have to bring an end to this humanitarian crisis caused by Palestinians who, not Hamas, just regular old run-of-the-mill Palestinians who were helping in the raping and killing and pillaging.
And kidnapping.
Eat me. How dare you come down and try to use the First Amendment as a flag for that shit?
It's just a big doofus knucklehead.
Hey, it's fine to say Israel shouldn't exist because that's free speech. But don't you dare say Tim Walz drinks horse semen.
Well, that's not First Amendment. That's just mean. And you're a big bully. So we have to censor you and put you in a camp so you can be re-educated.
Jack, I stand up for people I disagree with all the time and their right to say what they want to say. The First Amendment's kind of big for me, and this motherfucker I would slap him if I saw him right now.
In Minecraft, Secret Service.
Nope, Secret Service, come here. Get me close enough to slap that fucker. He should be ashamed of what he just said, and there should be a man in the room to slap that bitch and put her in her place.
Yeah. That's why I like the meme that's been going around. JD Vance beat 3 women.
We need some John Wayne style shit. We need some Sean Connery shit up in here.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, this man's a known liar too. But it's okay when he does it, but don't you dare do it.
I don't want to hit play. All right.
Are not speaking for the entire group. So I think it's very clear on this. Israel's right, as we've stood with them. Anti-Semitism has no place in this country. And Vice President Harris has been clear about that. I've been clear about it.
Vice President Harris has only ever said that in conjunction with, please don't be mean to Muslims.
Yeah, because it leads to Islamophobia. And we can't do that because I need their votes.
Tom Walls, thank you so much. Don't worry. You can have an N-word pass on that one. I can grant these passes. In Steve Martin's voice, I was born a poor black child. I can't do his voice, but I know the reference. I was so proud of my son the other day because he was referencing The Jerk, and I was like, that's my
Wow.
boy. Yeah, he loves that movie. He was talking about how when Steve Martin's like, oh my God, he's killing all the cans.
the cans are exploding.
All right, here we go. Anti-Semitism is wrong except against Josh Shapiro. Hey, Frosted, we're not allowed to bring up that Shapiro.
Yeah.
He doesn't exist anymore.
But the ability to bring a peaceful solution and understand Israel's right to defend itself, the return of the hostages, and Gazans' right to live in peace too is something that we're.
Eat me.
Maybe they should stop starting wars.
He just brought up how this started. That's how he answered the first question. Second time I've had to watch him do that. It wasn't because Israel was being mean to the Gazans.
Yeah, but see, they were mean by going in and killing all these people that were shooting at them. And you can't do that. That's just mean. I mean, you don't want to be mean, do you?
Trying to get to. And
he's trying to have it both ways. They're
Yep.
fucking slimy shitbags.
Yes.
And that's going to take the leadership that we've seen out of Vice President Harris, being able to hold this coalition together. And again,
which coalition is she holding together?
The ones that don't like the Jews. Oh no, the Israeli coalition. I guess.
Okay.
And Iran launched their missiles this week, she's in the Situation Room. That's different. The people who are in the Situation Room with Donald Trump, like John Kelly as chief of staff, said he shouldn't be there. He's a damaged human being. His own defense secretary said he does not understand the situation, is incapable of dealing with it.
Okay.
So,
I don't understand why he can't answer a fucking direct question.
How did we get from you were saying nice things about the Palestinian protesters to John Kelly said Trump shouldn't be in the Situation Room? They have a real chance of winning, Jack.
Yes, and it should terrify everyone. Because their voters are apparently uneducated people that don't pay attention to anything except mainstream media. I am baffled by how these people are even doing anywhere near as well as they are in the polls. They're giving non-answers to damn near everything.
Ladies and gentlemen, I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Tell everybody you know to watch this show. They'll just pick any one of them and just have them tell them to watch it. It's not for the view hours. It's because I'm really worried about the intelligence of our countrymen, and I think we can help.
Ugh, yeah.
All right.
Okay, and
it's about character.
Let's focus on what your position is and the vice president's position as well. I want to talk about abortion too, because this came up at the debate. It's been a winning argument for Democrats on many ballots, but I want to clarify what the law is there in Minnesota. Abortion Finder, a website that helps women find access, says abortion is legal throughout pregnancy in Minnesota. There is no ban or limit on abortion in Minnesota based on how far along in a pregnancy you are. You signed the bill that makes it legal through all 9 months. Is that a position you think Democrats should advocate for nationally?
Look, the vice president and I have been clear. The restoration of Roe versus Wade is what we're asking for.
But that
this
law
is a
goes
woman's
far
right
beyond Roe v. Wade.
to make her own choice. The law is very clear. It does not change that. That was been debunked on every occasion.
But wait.
It hasn't debunked. She literally just gave you a source from a pro-abortion site that points out that in Minnesota, there's literally no restriction. Do you support that nationally? That's it. This has been debunked. No, it hasn't. Once again, stop repeating shit that you've heard. Debunked actually means something. It means proven untrue, you dumb motherfucker.
Real fast. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Evolved Potato. I have to agree. Donald Trump didn't understand the situation he was dealing with because the traitorous generals were lying to him constantly. That's a really good point. Yeah, it's very factual.
And even then, they couldn't stop him, so fuck them. Hey, Timmy, why do you have to lie about this? Why are you so ashamed of the law that you wrote? Or sorry, signed? The simple question is, do you believe in any kind of restriction on abortion? Any? That's been debunked. No, it hasn't.
But let's agree. What you signed is there's not a single limit through 9 months of pregnancy. Roe had a trimester framework that did have limits through the pregnancy. The Minnesota law does not have that.
This puts the decision with the woman and her healthcare providers. The situation we have is when you don't have the ability of healthcare providers to provide that, that's where you end up with a situation like Amanda Zaworski in Texas, where they are afraid to do what's necessary.
Yeah. Just lying about shit again. Okay. There's a world of difference from Roe and the law in Minnesota. Do you think there should be any limits? Why are you so afraid of that question, Democrats? You know what they like to say when you bring that up to them? Like, most women don't have abortions in the 9th month. Most women don't have abortions because of rape, but you guys talk about that shit all the time.
This doesn't change anything. It puts the decision back on to the woman, to the physician.
Listen to his wording.
Doesn't change anything. It puts the decision back on to the woman.
It doesn't change anything, but it puts the decision back onto the woman? From what? How could it not change it and put it back on the woman?
Shut up.
That doesn't even come close to logic. This is a woman. It has to be.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Well, he's a male feminist, I bet.
Saying you put it back on the women implies that it had been taken off of them. In which case you put it back, which is a change, you fucking frumpy fuckhead. God damn it.
To the physicians. And we know that this is simply something to be brought up to be very clear. Donald Trump's asking for a nationwide abortion ban.
Wait,
no, he's not. He never has. Shut the fuck up, you liar.
No, this is more that Project 2025 bullshit they keep trying to glue onto Trump that he has disavowed at least a dozen times. And he even said, Trump is on record on video saying, I will veto a national abortion ban.
That's fair, but in the Chris Wallace debate, the first Biden debate, he said, when Chris Wallace asked, will you right now denounce white supremacy? He said, yes. And the next day, all the headlines were like, Donald Trump refuses to denounce white supremacy. That is true. Go look it up, guys. That's exactly what happened. All right. Democrats want restrictions on menthol cigarettes, but not on abortion. Victor, that's because they hate black people. They want to kill as many as possible, but they don't want them to enjoy the cool minty flavor of a menthol. They're going to take their cools away from them.
That's sad. That's true.
It's fucked up because, okay, I know this is a stereotype, but if you've ever lived in a black neighborhood, you know the stereotype of black guys smoking menthol cigarettes is 100% true. They targeted the cigarettes black people like. You can still have the nasty ones that just taste like tobacco. I smoke menthols myself.
Okay.
But yeah, they're like, fuck them Negroes.
You can't have anything nice, black people. Sorry. The Democrats said it's not okay.
Black people, how much more do the Democrats have to tell you to go fuck yourself before you realize they're telling you to go fuck yourself? They're not taking away the white people's cigarette. Anyway, confirms more than his hair is gay. The reason I smoke menthols is actually because at the time, if you went to a party with menthols, nobody would bum one from you. And if you went there with like a pack of Marlboro Reds, you would leave with none.
Oh,
everybody,
yeah.
oh, let me get one. Let me get one.
Yeah. Same with Camels.
And yeah, so I started smoking these. My brother taught me that trick. That's how long ago I started smoking. Anyway.
To be very clear, Donald Trump's asking for a nationwide abortion ban.
Wait, he
and
has said
again,
that
we don't see this
he has
as a
said
winning
repeatedly
campaign.
that he will not sign a national abortion ban. Are you calling that just, it's a flat out lie?
Monk is officially blacker than Kamala. I know who the Wayans brothers are too, and I bet you she couldn't name one of their movies.
Yeah, that would be true.
I also like big asses, and she ain't got one, so I know she ain't black. Thank you. Thank you, Marlboro Menthols. We gave Monk his N-word pass. You're welcome. Actually, I smoked Salem's back then. Just saying.
Yes, of course. And Senator Vance has in the past said so too. Now, look, they may see this as an election issue. We see it as a right.
Vance's words can be taken that way, but he didn't actually say that. And Donald Trump did not. That's just a lie.
Yeah.
Of women to make their own bodily decisions. And that's what the states like my state have the ability.
If they could be responsible with their own bodily decisions, they wouldn't need a fucking abortion, you retard.
To put that in. States like Georgia force women to cross the border, and then we have a death of Amber Thurman. So
you lying piece of shit. Her own family's come out and said this is bullshit. You know, her lawyers are even like, her family's lawyers are looking at this going, wait a minute, that's not even close to what the law says. I smell a malpractice lawsuit. Because you see, guys, literally the law says that removing dead fetal tissue doesn't count for any abortion ban that they have. Which means that this woman who came in with a dead baby rotting in her because she took an abortion pill, there was no reason for the doctors not to go in and remove that.
Yeah.
And in not doing so, one of two things happened. They either did it to make a political statement and let this woman die for a political statement about abortion, or they're grossly incompetent. In either way, this is medical malpractice. She did not die because of the fucking abortion law. That is a blatant fucking lie. I'm so tired of this fucking lie.
Let's be very clear. Trying to cut hairs on an issue on this is not where the American public's at. They want the restoration of Roe versus Wade. Vice President Harris said she would sign it. That's what we'll do when we're elected.
The overwhelming majority of Americans, since you want to bring up what the people think there should be a limit on abortion, which you signed a law that has none. So are you now saying that you agree with the majority of Americans that the first trimester should be the only time you can have an abortion? Because that's what the overwhelming majority say. It's like 60%, Jack. It is not. The majority of Americans think you should be able to kill that baby right up until it crowns. That's just not true. It's splitting hairs, not cutting hairs, you fucking idiot. At this point, between him and Kamala, I don't even know if I can correct any more of their misuse of the language.
Yeah, it'd be a full-time job.
They are both retarded. Seriously, it's like talking to the people that I argue with on Twitter.
But to be clear, the Minnesota law is far beyond Roe v. Wade. And about the Amber Thurman case in Georgia, her family has, and it's tragic, she is a young mother who left behind a young son. But what her family has said is it was a complication from an abortion pill that she received. And she didn't get proper care when she went to a Georgia hospital, which had multiple opportunities to intervene there. Her own attorney, the family's attorney, says it wasn't the Georgia law. It was the hospitals. What he claims is malpractice, not treating her when she clearly showed up in distress and still had the byproducts of her pregnancy because of that rare complication from the abortion pill. So just to be clear on the Georgia law and how her family and her attorney sees it.
I think they also indicated that had she.
Yeah. Awesome.
not go to North Carolina after the debate the other night, that she would have been in a better position. So look, these are
if she went to North Carolina, it wasn't the Georgia law, you dumb fuck. All right. She took an abortion pill. And even though she kept saying repeatedly, it's a rare complication, it's really not that rare. It happens way more than you think. And what happens is they take the pill, Jack, and the body doesn't expel the child.
Yeah.
And so it just rots in there. And it happens.
Sepsis.
Yeah. It leads to sepsis, which has a 30% fatality rate.
Mm-hmm. Sepsis is really nasty.
You have a 3 in 10 chance of dying if you get sepsis. And they did not treat her. They did not go in and clean out the child, which they could have done. What she did not point out, she should have pointed this out, that go read the fucking law. It is clear as day. Removing dead fetal tissue doesn't count. There's no ambiguity about it. The doctors weren't really sure if they could do it. They didn't want to run afoul of the law. There was nothing in the law that would even come close to running foul of it. The only way that they would have run afoul of the law is if the baby was still alive. And if the baby was still alive, she wouldn't have had sepsis from it rotting in her body.
Well, unless it was a zombie baby.
Oh, I didn't know. Yeah, you're right. I didn't think about that. As much as I played 7 Days to Die, you'd think I'd go right to the zombie baby.
I would have thought you saw Dawn of the Dead, the remake, where they had the zombie baby.
I have never seen any of the Dawn of the Dead. I'm not a big fan of zombie movies.
I'm really not either, but some of them are really good, and that one was pretty good. It had its moments anyway. Oh, I saw one of the worst fucking movies of my life the other day, speaking of which.
Did you watch Megalopolis or whatever it's called?
No, I think that would have been an improvement. A Return to Salem's Lot.
Why?
Well, I forgot the movie. Like, I own it on Blu-ray, right? I picked it up for like $8 a while back. And I was like, I'm going to watch this because I haven't seen it in a very, very long time. And I remembered liking it for some reason. I was thinking of a different movie because this movie was total dog shit. It was trying to be like a horror version of Highway to Heaven episode or something. The music was all over the place. Like, it was ominous 1 minute. And the next they're cracking jokes and there's this wacky saxophone music. The vampires making jokes about I prefer human blood. Yeah, and only one vampire had fangs. It had to be one of the worst fucking movies I've ever seen, and that's saying something. Like, I would, if I was showing clips of it to somebody that likes bad movies, they'd be like, "Are these deleted scenes from Troll 2?"
Nice.
Sorry, really reminded me of that enraging moment in my life.
You're actually fine. Do you mind if I run to the restroom real fast?
No, you go ahead. I'm gonna bitch.
Be right back.
Terrible movie. Not as good as Demon Warp. No, it wasn't, Frosted. Demon Warp had a much more coherent script. This was like the guy that wrote the movie, Larry Cohen. He also wrote Maniac Cop and the It's Alive trilogy. He's written some really good stuff. And then he made this turd. He wanted to make a movie, and they ended up giving him a 2-picture deal. So they filmed back-to-back A Return to Salem's Lot and It's Alive 3. And they used some of the same cast, but there's like recognizable people. Michael Moriarty is in it as the main character. And then there's this really hot chick, Katja Crosby. She's got great boobs. They show them twice. That was the highlight of the movie. Otherwise, there's this 80s kid, and he swears, and he's super smart, and he's like dumb as shit halfway through the movie. Yeah, Michael Moriarty was in Troll 1. Oh my god. Yeah, exactly, Frosted. But immediately, like, you see vampires within the first 2 minutes. There's no mystery. They took all the suspense out of it. And they even try and recreate some of the scenes, like the fog scene with the kid outside the window. And it's so badly done. Tara Reid plays the kid, the girl vampire in it. And that's where her career went wrong, as far as I could tell. 1977 Dawn of the Dead is my favorite horror film. That is a good one. I like that one. Tits, always tits. Yeah, well, that's how you know you're watching a B movie. This movie had a theatrical release. It was rated R. They swore all the time to detriment of the film.
What's up? Uh-oh.
Well, the bad the horror movie talk is better. Yes, Hammond B. What?
My audio is cutting in and out.
Is it yours or mine?
I'm not sure. Oh, it was you. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Random report.
I got
Thank you.
mini screen.
Demon was I'm not sure if that's
Demon Warp.
Warp. Okay. Demon Warp had quality boobs. Fair enough.
It did. It did. This movie had a great set of cans too. Like this chick's headlights were top notch. She was really hot, and she's a vampire. But suddenly, like, so the guy had been Michael Moriarty's character had been in the town for a few weekends as a kid. It was the happiest time of his life or some shit, and he fell in love with this older girl, and it was her, and she's a vampire now. So he starts banging her, and she's supposed to be like 17 or 18. So he's banging this chick who's permanently this like late teenage girl, and suddenly she's like, I'm pregnant, and she looks like she's 6 months pregnant.
Is that some of that Twilight vampire pregnancy math?
Maybe, but this movie was like 1987, and there's this old Jewish Nazi hunter who should have been the star of the movie. And he talks like Humphrey Bogart and acts like a Marx brother. I shit you not. The jokes are so bad in this, but they're cracking jokes constantly. It's just such a not funny, terrible movies. And the guy got inspiration from the play Our Town, and he wanted to make a commentary on conservative America. And I'm like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. This movie's terrible. I'm talking about A Return to Salem's Lot, Cephas. It's the garbage sequel to the classic TV miniseries Salem's Lot.
All right. Speaking of vampires, we have an intelligence vampire on the screen here. Let's get back to him.
Are the situations you're going to get into when you take this decision and put it in the hands of politicians like Donald Trump rather than women and their doctors? We trust.
They keep doing this. Amber died because of her doctor's decisions, not because of lawmakers' decisions. We need to put it in the hands of the people that killed this woman. Do you realize how retarded that sounds, Timmy? He thinks he's making a good point, though, because this is what I talk about when I say people repeat shit that they've heard. He's heard the term, we need to leave it in the hands of women and their doctors. I don't know why I'd leave it in the hands of women. They're not doctors, and if it's supposedly a medical thing, it should be just the doctors. But in this case, the doctors are the ones who made the decision, you fucking retard. We need common sense uterus control. Yeah, we seem to.
Women, we trust doctors, and we know the outcomes of that are better.
Did he really just end the part where he's talking about Amber with, we trust the doctors because the outcomes are better?
Yeah, well, if you want dead people, apparently, because it sounds like that was total malpractice.
Fuck. All right.
Okay, let's clarify more changes that you signed in Minnesota as well. Several things were repealed with respect to reporting infants who may have survived an abortion attempt. Language that used to be part of the statute was taken out. We'll put this on the screen so people can see. It used to require medical personnel to, quote, preserve the life and health of the born alive infant. That language has been repealed. It's no longer part of the law. Also struck from the law was language about reporting infants that are born alive, what treatment they receive, and whether they live or die. Why was it important to you to get that protection out of the law?
And this is what we've
Minnesota law aligns with every other.
This is what we've talked about before. I've told you guys this. You can go look up the laws. They used to have to report it if a baby, they call it born alive, if a baby survived an abortion. So born is the actual term. And they struck that out because it looked bad, because there were, babies who survived abortions only to be left to die. Notice how she said, Jack, that they had reporting on the outcome they had to report.
Mm-hmm.
You know how many of those babies lived?
No, they're not reporting them.
This is back when they had to report. None of them lived.
Oh, they had a hammer nearby.
It's amazing how that happened, and I can't imagine why these abortion people who want, right up till death or right up until birth, or if it survives, we'll just leave it there and decide what to do. Remember when Northam said that, and they all went, "You took him out of context." No, just pointed out what he said. All right, I want to hear how dumbass answers this one, because it's a very good question. She's asking great questions.
Too bad she's not giving answers.
Yeah, she could push harder on the answers, because she's really not, and she should be pushing harder on the answers. But
action out of the law.
Minnesota law aligns with every other case of what physicians are required by their ethical responsibilities. And so it changed.
That's not the question. The question is, why did you feel it needed to change to that? God, I hate this man.
Nothing other than aligning with all care that physicians provide in any circumstance for any medical case. And so it's alignment, as it's always been. It's the
doctors don't have to keep detailed reports about the medical care they give me?
Apparently not.
I feel that's not correct.
I hope to God it's not correct.
The cases we've seen in Minnesota, the outcomes we get in our healthcare results are the best in the nation. And all it did was align with existing law.
But
not existing law in Minnesota. Why was it important for you to change it in Minnesota? You fucking cunt.
Do acknowledge it takes out the language about preserving the life of an infant who was born alive.
Every doctor has an ethical responsibility to provide what they can in each situation. That is the way the law is written now. It's the same for any person who shows up. And again, this is
and luckily they don't have to report on any of it, Jack. We're taking their pinky swear.
The distraction from the real issue here is women being forced into miscarriages, women being forced.
No. In this case, we're literally, you can't call it a fetus. You can't call it a clump of cells. You can't call it a parasite. It is a born child that you let die, you cunt. And you took out the reporting of the ones who survive the abortions so that you could do this bullshit and be like, we have the best healthcare. We got our infant mortality rate down by not counting the ones that died when we just left them laying there. It's amazing how well you can make reports look, Jack, when you only report the parts that make you look good.
Well, I mean, I believe that's called government work.
Forced to go back home, get sepsis, potentially die, like we saw in cases in Texas. And maternal mortality rates in Texas have skyrocketed off the charts because of this. This is bad policy. Vice President and I have been very clear on this. I'm
going to need to see the numbers on the mother mortality rate.
Yeah, I would also like to see how many of those were illegal aliens coming in to plop anchor babies out. And
what the fuck would a maternal mortality rate have to do with a woman who had an abortion? Are we calling that maternal mortality if a woman dies after she lets a baby wither in her? Because I feel like that's not maternal. That's, well, psycho, but certainly not motherly.
Yeah.
Restore the rights of Roe versus Wade. We will make sure women have their healthcare decisions. We will not put people's lives at risk because of the geography of where they live. And it will go back to the way it was before Donald Trump gleefully said, We've got the best of both worlds here. Things are wonderful. The states are handling it. It's a beautiful thing. It's not a beautiful thing to see women dying. It's not a beautiful thing to put doctors at risk of being imprisoned.
It is not. It is not to
But
see.
that has nothing to do with any of the cases you talked about, you lying prick.
Any single woman suffer. And by the way, there's not a single state, no matter how pro-life or restrictive their laws are, that do not allow a doctor to intercede. That's true in Georgia and Texas as well. I want to turn to the economy.
Thank you. Thank you. Not a single state outlaws all abortion. That is just a lie.
Our latest polling shows that 66% of Americans we talked to said that buying groceries is a, quote, major problem for them. And when we asked people about...
I was arguing with a cunt the other day who told me the economy was good because consumer spending was up. And like, consumer spending's up because everything costs more, you twat.
Yeah, everything costs more. It doesn't mean people have money.
How they feel about the policies of this administration versus the previous. Double the amount of people surveyed said that Biden-Harris policies have hurt them rather than help them and their families economically. That's in stark contrast to how they feel when asked about the Trump administration. So what would a Harris-Walz administration do different than a Biden-Harris administration when it comes to convincing people that the economy is going to get better for them because their perception is that it's not?
It is not, twat, you fucking weirdos.
Look how angry he looks.
Well, he was just given a question. He's trying to remember all the words.
I think Snowpilot's onto something. How dare this woman challenge him?
Did you see Joe Biden came out again the other day and talked about how much Kamala has been involved in everything in the administration?
Yeah, I'm sure he meant to help her with that, but it just makes it look like she's useless too.
I don't see. There's some people who think he's trying to purposefully harm her. I don't think it's that. I think what's happening is he is still the very proud man that he is, and he is taking it as an insult when she's trying to distance herself from his administration. This is the problem when you get an incredible egomaniac and then give him dementia. He's just out there trying to protect his legacy, and polls are showing it's hurting her. Whoopsie.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
I think it's funny as shit because she's trying to have it both ways. When it's something that she thinks is good, I was knee deep in that. I was deeper in that than Willie ever got in me. But anything bad, like I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even know a Joe Biden. I told you guys, this is the albatross around her neck, is the administration as it exists. No matter what the press keeps trying to push with, look how great the economy is. People still have to buy their groceries every week and they can see the bill. And she can't have it both ways, that she was both an integral part of what happened and not responsible at all. Anyway, and Biden, yeah, I think he's trying to fuck her out of pure ego.
Well, we saw a blockbuster jobs report this week. We saw interest rates come down. And
did he really bring up the jobs report?
Yeah.
It was last month that they had to revise last year down by 1 million fucking jobs.
Yeah, the election will be over by then, though.
They love talking about shit that doesn't mean anything. I've followed the BLS numbers for a long time, and I've never, even under Obama, the revisions weren't this bad.
And we've also seen that Vice President Harris laying out a middle-class agenda. Look, I was in Ohio yesterday, in Cleveland, in Cincinnati, and talking about this. Folks in...
You were asked, how are you going to differentiate yourself from the Biden economy, the Biden policies, and you're just throwing out words. I hate him, Jack.
But he talked to the folks. He talks to the folks. He's like you and me. Grew up in a middle class. Oh wait, we were poor. He's folksy. He's got folksy Midwestern wisdom.
He doesn't even have that.
Folks in Ohio know that Donald Trump's policies led to 180,000 manufacturing jobs leaving. They understand when he left office, we had more people unemployed percentage-wise than the Great Depression. What Vice President Harris is talking about is making it more affordable to buy housing. And we've seen it in Minneapolis. When you have more housing stock, we've seen rates go down. We've seen more houses available. Also, the idea of price gouging. 37 states, Republican and Democratic states, have this. Corn is about $4.10 or so a bushel. That's where it's been for many years, up and down. But prices at the grocery stores have skyrocketed. Corporate profits have skyrocketed.
You know what I bought the other day? Some
What's
corn.
that?
Know what I paid for it? 5 years for $2. That's fucking dumb. Like, I grew up in farm country. There's fucking corn all over the goddamn state. It's cheap as shit.
I love that he uses corn. I mean, the most abundant thing we have in America, because you can grow corn almost fucking anywhere.
Yeah, there's subsidies for it.
Yeah, we used to pay farmers not to grow it to keep the price up because it's so easy to grow.
Yeah, and then the ethanol requirements came in and changed all that.
Yeah, the ethanol requirements is where they make gasoline out of corn and it ruins your car.
Yeah.
That
Let's
is the
turn our
government.
food into it.
Yeah, that's the government keeping the prices up because the shit is so cheap, and it literally can probably grow corn in your front yard. If you can hear my voice and you're in America, you probably can grow corn there at least some part of the year. All right.
And people are paying more. So we talk about that. And then I think the fundamental difference here is too, is Donald Trump, but prices at the grocery stores have skyrocketed, corporate profits have skyrocketed, and people are paying more. So we talk about that.
But,
and then I think
maybe that has something to do with the lockdowns where Biden and his cronies decided who could and couldn't be open.
Mm-hmm.
That was, oh wait, who was vice president during that time? When corporate profits were skyrocketing for places like Amazon and Walmart.
Yeah, it would be Miss Harris.
That's a thinker, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. They love to point to the corporate profits. And yes, some corporations had major profits, a lot of them in the tech industry. Not so much in the food industry. That's just a lie they've been telling. When everything has gotten more expensive, transportation, just wages in general, it's going to cause prices to go up. And that's what happened. You guys flooded the market with money that we didn't have. You devalued the dollar.
And put a moratorium on evictions and things like that. So people had lots of money to spend. But, this is actually just price gouging, Monkey. How dare you raise prices to try and keep your company going?
If it was just price gouging, I need them to answer this for me. How did you get inflation down? Because you guys have claimed to do that. Did they stop gouging?
No, that's the brilliance of the Harris administration. See, they're geniuses.
Did they suddenly decide that they couldn't just raise prices again for the fun of it? Because that's what you're suggesting they were doing.
I don't know.
This guy's an asshole.
Fundamental difference here is too, is Donald Trump kept his promise. He cut taxes for the wealthiest. She's talking about making sure.
You cunt. They were across the board tax cuts. Yes, he cut taxes for the wealthiest, but he also cut them for the poorest, you dumb son bitch. I hate this guy. I mean that sincerely. Secret Service, seriously, get me close enough to slap him. I promise it's all I'll do. Ranting Monkey is a comedy show.
Things like a child tax credit, $6,000 child tax credit, put more money in people's pocket, making sure that.
All right. For argument's sake, let's let's say giving people $6,000 is a good idea. Hey, Jack, what happens to prices when people have a whole bunch of extra money that they can spend? So demand goes up.
Oh, prices go up because supply goes down.
Huh.
That's like 5th grade economics.
Huh. Interesting.
That we're able to buy those things, whether it's a crib or it's baby formula, get started. And she's simply asking that we can pay for it by asking those at the top to pay their fair share. This is a
I
Fair
think
share, Bucky.
every time these guys say fair share, the interviewer should stop them and force them to define it.
Yep. They can't
Give me
though
a
because
number.
it'd just be total confiscation. Like
Yep.
rich people, you can't have anything.
fundamental difference in approaches to it, and we're seeing it working. We're seeing economists talk about Donald Trump's proposal to add a 20% sales tax will cost $4,000.
Okay.
Stop, you fucking liar. It is not a 20% sales tax. It is a 20% tariff. You can make the argument that it'll make prices go up, but it is not a tax, and it is a lie to call it one. Jack, what frustrates me about this is I know a lot of people at home who watch this without the wonderful and intellect of you and me will hear that and go, oh my God, he's raising sales tax. There's not even a national sales tax, you fucking retard. How are you going to raise sales tax when there isn't one?
Well, when you're just a big fat liar who's blatantly done stolen valor, whatever you say, you know your drone-ish cult-like followers are going to just repeat.
The UK did a check on fair share. The top 1% gives almost 30% of taxes. Oh, you should come over here. The top 1% pays way more than, isn't that like the top 5% pays 95% of the taxes?
Yeah.
Yeah. They need to pay their fair share. How much more?
That's everybody. That's not
Yeah.
me saying it.
And just to note, that is a tariff,
That's
which, by the
everybody.
way, this administration not only kept most of the Trump tariffs, but they
Yep.
added their own as well. So that's got to be part of the conversation. I want to talk a little bit about your record.
Yeah,
Look
we
how
kind of talked.
confused he is.
Yeah, we talked over a little bit there. She pointed out that that they're tariffs and that this administration kept most of the Trump tariffs as well as put more in place. He doesn't know. He like, wait, we did?
As governor, because it's elucidates for people how you may serve as whether you end up being the president. You'll be one heartbeat away should your ticket be successful. Wall Street Journal says this after you were chosen to join the ticket. As the Democratic governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz signed into law initiatives allowing immigrants in the country illegally to apply for driver's licenses, qualify for free tuition at state universities, and enroll in the state's free healthcare program for low-income residents. Are those not magnets?
I can't imagine why illegals are coming here. You get to go to college on the state. Americans don't even get to do that, Jack.
Nope. Which would be, what's that word that they like to throw around? Discrimination?
Yes. They also get free ducks. Yeah, but that's a consumable. Using my my business acumen there. All right, here we go.
To draw people here, many times on dangerous journeys for themselves. And why should your taxpayers in Minnesota or across the states pay for those programs?
Now, I have seen this, and this is, well, if you think it's been retarded already, strap in, folks.
Well, that's not the vice president's position, but I will say this. Minnesota ranks as a top 5 business state. We rank as a top 3 state for children living, and we're the top state for healthcare access. I would also add this. We also have some of the safest roads. Look,
Sir, you gave a bunch of entitlements to illegals. Isn't that a magnet for illegals to try to come up? We have the best health care.
Yeah, he's not answering the question as usual.
He didn't even come close this time. He just starts bragging about Minnesota's place in the world. Okay, so she's pointing out that by saying, "Hey, we're going to give you this free health care," right? People are going to come up here, and his answer to that is, "We have the best." Hey, Timmy, do you think that's going to dissuade the illegals? I would understand it if he answered that with, "We have the shittiest healthcare system. They really shouldn't be coming here for it." Because at least that would make sense if you're trying to keep illegals from coming here.
Yeah.
But if your goal is to keep them from coming here, telling him you're going to give him the best shit for free, probably not the right tact.
Especially when part of her question was, why should the taxpayers have to pay for this? Because you just said we got a bunch of expensive stuff because we're the best.
Yeah. And it's all on the taxpayers' dime. Hey, look, Minnesota elected this fucking retard. They elected Ilhan Omar. They elected Keith Ellison, who likes to beat women. They picked this, and I'm not paying for it, so I don't give a fuck. I just don't understand why you folks in Minnesota are okay with this.
Yeah, no kidding.
What about this cocksucker taking all of your money and giving it to illegals made you go, "I need to vote for him"?
Vice President has made it clear that she has policies that make a difference. Her border policies are the most strongest, the fairest we've seen. It's
But
the
now,
bill
Governor,
that
you know a lot of
Wait,
people,
the
including
most strongest, fairest we've seen. Actually, I've read the policies. They're not. They're actually not. Now, that's as much of this part as I've seen. I've heard what happens next, and I've been looking forward to this.
most strongest, the fairest we've seen. It's
But
the
now,
bill
Governor,
that was,
you know a lot of
crafted.
people, including your own party, would not join that statement. There are millions of people who have come here over the last few years that, they see this as an
The
open
policies. Well, simply, we have a policy. Donald Trump sees it as a political. Look, James Langford in Oklahoma, the border.
We have a policy. It's the closest he's given to an answer yet. It's not a good one.
Patrol agents, the Wall Street Journal, the Chamber of Commerce, all said pass this legislation. You have to have Congress to authorize 1,500 new border agents. You have to have Congress to authorize DOJ to speed adjudications on these asylum claims.
Actually, you don't. You could use the money given to Border Patrol for more hiring and say less facilities. We give a shit ton of money to the Border Patrol. It's just a lot of it is going to feeding and housing these fucking freeloaders who shouldn't be in the country in the first place. But anyway, do tell me how it's just we just got to throw more money at it. Isn't that always the Democrat answer?
Yeah. Well, it's just being neighborly, monkey.
I forget. It's in Baltimore. I forget the exact school, but there was a school that it's one of the most funded schools in the country per pupil, Jack, one of the highest rates of money spent on them. And not a single one of their fifth graders could pass a math proficiency test. Not a single one.
To be fair, they probably couldn't read either.
Money is not always the answer. Sometimes it is. Sometimes you're like, we are stretched as thin as we can be on resources. We need some more money. But in most places, especially where the federal government is concerned, that's just not true. We spend more than most countries have for a GDP on our budget every year, Jack.
Yep.
Those are things that would actually work. Donald Trump told us for 4 years he would deal with this. He didn't. He didn't build his wall, 2%. Mexico.
Okay, why didn't he build his wall, Timmy? Do you remember?
What does that have to do with her question?
Nothing. Nothing at all. But hey, Timmy, Do you remember when Donald Trump was moving money around so he could still fund the wall because the Democrats wouldn't do it? And don't get me wrong, I still blame the Republicans for the first 2 years when they didn't fund it. But still, the Democrats actually sued Donald Trump to stop him from using the money to build the wall. So don't sit here and I used to get so irritated with people. Trump said he was going to build the wall and he hasn't built the wall. Like he could fucking snap his fingers and make it happen. You do have to realize when politicians say they're going to do something as they're running, it's what they're going to try to do. And yeah, Trump did try. Did he succeed? No, sucks. But he did better than these guys, and he did get illegal immigration down.
Yeah,
and
the
it was
Remain in Mexico policy was great.
Yep.
Who didn't pay for it? This is a real bill that has bipartisan support. It has the experts on board, and it starts to tackle these issues. And
yes, because we all trust the experts after COVID.
I didn't trust the experts before COVID. I don't trust them now. And I think most experts are partisan shitbags.
Well, they have a financial stake most of the time in going along with whatever the government says.
Yep.
Because their grants are dependent on it.
Yep.
And we don't have to resort to demonizing people. We don't have to resort to making up or crafting stories, as Senator Vance said he did. Those things were not.
If this was Donald Trump, every line of this would be fact checked.
Oh, absolutely.
But since it's Timmy Walz, I read the CNN fact check of the debate between him and Vance. And it was amazing how little was said about the lies this fucker told.
He told a lot of them, too.
Not happening in Springfield, but it doesn't mean that we can't pass a piece of legislation to strengthen our.
All right, how about this? I will agree. No Haitian has ever ate a cat or a duck. Okay? Can we? I'm just going to give him that point, Jack. Can we talk about the little girls who keep getting raped?
Nope.
You guys
want all
those
missing kids?
You guys want to talk about, oh, Donald Trump said they ate dogs. I don't give a fuck. I do care about American girls being raped and murdered, and Democrats voting against kicking out people caught for doing that.
Well, they might have to kick out some of their party.
All right, how are they going to get their abortion stories if there's not illegals here to rape kids?
Yeah. I mean, that Ohio story wouldn't have been anywhere.
All right.
Border. That's what Kamala Harris is talking about.
Well,
She's talking
Governor,
about
that
solving
piece
the
of
problem.
That piece of legislation does include the wall that you guys have been so you've disparaged that. I mean, the vice president has as well. So I don't know if she really intends to move forward with that. But it was negotiated by 3 or 4 senators, and many Republicans came out against it long before President Trump indicated he didn't like it either. Listen, before we go, because
100. You know what? I could hug her, and I don't even know who she is, and she looks like it'd be a very painful hug because she's bony as shit.
I'd give her a special hug.
I know you would.
She's getting a little old, but I'll hit it.
So many people have let these guys tell these lies and just kept that going, and she's actually corrected him repeatedly here. And this is the first time I've seen this one specifically corrected.
And look how confused and annoyed he looks.
Came out against it long before President Trump indicated he didn't like it either. Listen, before we go, because I wish that we had a full hour, I want to give you a chance because you called yourself a knucklehead this week.
Okay, before she moves on. There was pushback long before Trump even got near that bill, but because he said something about it, it became Trump's the one who killed it. That's just not true. They did not have the votes to pass it. It would not have passed the House. But they keep talking about, no, it's Donald Trump's the one who killed it. It was a bad bill. And I wish she would have pointed that part out too, because every time I have seen even any kind of pushback, nobody talks about how bad that bill was. It was a shitty bill. The part that they tried selling the American people on, we can close down the border. We didn't need a new bill for. Biden proved that after the bill didn't go through, and he said, all right, I'll close down the border if X happens. It was unnecessary, but that's how they sold it. And it was a grant of at least, I haven't done the math in a while, but more than 1 million illegals every year guaranteed, period. They never talk about that part.
To talk about some of your misstatements. You've modified your story or explained that you misspoke about things involving your military rank, about carrying a weapon in war, your 1995 DUI arrest, using IVF to have your beautiful children, Gus and Hope, being in Hong Kong and China in the summer of 19.
Do you think his kid came out retarded because they shook the IVF thing, which wasn't actually IVF? They shook it a little too much.
Maybe they used a dollar store turkey baster.
Is his kid old enough for me to be making fun of him?
I don't know. I said there was something wrong. I was called a monster for making fun of that kid.
How old is Tim Walz' son? I should look that up before I keep going. Old is Tim Walz'. This is the kind of thing I will stop and research. Oh, he's 17. I mean,
I'm a Toby Midnight there. It's just genetics.
I mean, if Greta Thunberg was smart enough at 16 to tell me how I need to live in the environment, I can make fun of a 17-year-old, right?
They were making fun of Barron Trump when he was 10, so I have no sympathy.
I didn't make him retarded. His dad's sperm did. It's not on me. Anyway.
1989 during the Tiananmen events. A lot of people would say they couldn't get away with saying, I'm just too passionate. My grammar's not right. I'm a knucklehead. What do you say to the American people who think, I don't know that I can trust this guy with all those modifications to be the potential commander in chief of this country?
Yeah, well, I think they heard me. They heard me the other night speaking passionately about
This is what he said. This is what he said when he got corrected on the Tiananmen thing. The people have heard me. Yes.
Yeah, people know me. No, they don't, retard. Nobody knows who you are. The people have heard me. I'm just very passionate. No, you're a fucking liar. Just say it. You're a fucking liar.
The reason you're being asked this is because the people heard you and realized you're a lying shitbag.
Yeah. And you're not even good at it. Oh, real quickly. Thank you, Frosted Glass. Tim has to defend his record, Kamala's record, and Joe's record. It'd be easier being Charles Manson's defense attorney. If for this job, Kamala chose a guy whose chromosomes outnumber his rally attendees. Yeah. Oh, he's so odd. This is the dude that called JD Vance weird. I mean, hot kettle what?
He keeps saying this line, the people have heard me, like that exonerates him for being a retard.
Or a liar?
Right,
I don't get it either.
The people have heard me.
Violence and misspeaking. And I got to be honest with.
So speaking of which, and I have not seen this talked about in the press. Do you remember during the debate, he said his son witnessed a shooting, and JD Vance very compassionate was like, I didn't realize that's horrible. Do you remember that moment?
Yeah.
His son didn't witness a shooting.
What?
His son did not witness a shooting.
I'm sorry. Were you saying his son saw 2 shootings?
No. None.
Oh, so he saw 4.
Here's what happened. His son was at a rec center, and one of the gentlemen who worked at the rec center was, let's call him criminally insane. And he got into an argument with one of the patrons and shot him. JD Vance's son was nowhere near what actually. Sorry, not JD Vance. Sorry, Tim Walz' son was nowhere near it. He didn't see it. He's like David Hogg. He happened to be there.
So what you're saying is he graduated top of his class with 3 degrees.
Yes.
Ah.
And let's be honest, man. His son's retarded. He wouldn't remember it anyway.
You, Shannon, I don't think people care whether I used IUI or IVF when we talk about.
We do care because they're two entirely different things.
And the context matters.
IVF and IUI or whatever it is, they're not even similar.
This, what they understand is Donald Trump would resist those things. Look, I speak passionately. I had an entire career, decades before.
I speak passionately is not a good excuse for lying, sir.
Yeah, apparently when he gets passionate, he just lies through his fucking teeth.
That's not a selling point. When I get passionate, I lie. I can't help. I'm a pathological fucking liar if I get too passionate.
You know, if I passionately lie to women to get them into bed, isn't that called coercion?
No, you're just being passionate, man.
I'm just being passionate. It's just pillow talk, baby.
Fuck.
Donald Trump would resist those things. Look, I speak passionately. I had an entire career, decades before I was in public office. They know, and I'm very proud of my 24 years in service and my record. I have never disparaged someone else in this, but I know that's not what Donald Trump does. They disparage everyone. The personal attacks. I will own up when I misspeak. I will own up when I make a mistake. Let's be very.
You haven't owned up to any mistakes. What are you talking about? You just say you spoke passionately. That's bullshit. You lied.
You lied. And even in your I took responsibility for that, you lie about how it happened. You've given at least 2 different excuses for why you said you carried weapons into war.
Yeah, which he has said multiple times on video.
Yes. Those are the weapons I carried into war.
We lied about his rank many, many times.
Many times. Up until, a couple of months ago when he got called out for it nationally. He was still calling himself a command sergeant major.
Yeah. Keldrick, you caught that. Never disparaged anyone. Now let me disparage Donald Trump.
Yep. That's not what we do. That fucking asshole over there does that shit. All right. This fucking asshole.
Very clear. On that debate stage the other night, I asked one very simple question, and Senator Vance would not acknowledge that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. I think they're probably far more.
Why should the American people trust you? I asked JD Vance a question.
Because other people don't believe what I believe, and that makes them poopy heads, and I'm very passionate.
Jesus
I'm
fucking
kind
Christ.
of a knucklehead. Well, I always apologize when I lie, except for all those times I didn't.
This is painful, and we still have more Kamala to get through.
Well, we got
That's
the
all right.
palate cleanser coming up.
I know we got a palate cleanser for you guys after this.
Concerned with that than my wife and I used IUI to have our child, and that Donald Trump would restrict that. So I think
Donald Trump was IUI mentioned in Project 2025, which, by the way, Trump isn't related to.
I don't know, but I don't think it is. It might be, but again, Donald Trump isn't connected to that bullshit.
And remember, IUI is a methodology to make his shitty sperm swim better, which, as we can see from his kids, a bad idea.
Yeah, look, you made an abomination against God and man. Obviously, you weren't supposed to have kids. I feel bad for the kid. He's like Frankenstein's monster. He didn't ask to be created. Does that mean out loud? Sounded really mean right there.
I just had the picture of him splooging his wife, and his whole sperm thing is just a special ed race headed towards the egg.
Yay! We're going to get in trouble for this one.
So I should have kids when you're young, folks. Excuse me.
folks know who I am.
Mofo said, I remember an Austrian who spoke passionately.
Oh, fuck.
Constituents here in Minnesota have elected me 8 times. They know where I'm at, and I'm proud to be on the ticket, and we'll deliver just like we have here.
He actually just said something there that is important to listen to what he says here.
restrict that. So I think folks know who I am. My constituents here in Minnesota have elected me 8 times. They know where I'm at. And
that's not entirely true. He has won 8 races in Minnesota, Jack. The district that he won to be a congressman for 6 terms, he lost in his last gubernatorial election.
Oops.
So his constituents, I mean, technically, yeah, the state of Minnesota, because he was running for governor at that time, but he wanted to include the people who elected him those first 6. So in their last thing, they went, nah, fuck that guy. Don't worry. He's just being passionate right now.
Yeah. Well, it's amazing how he keeps saying people know me. Nobody knows who the fuck you are unless they were paying attention to the George Floyd riots where you were letting your cities get burned to the ground by looters and rioters.
And even then, they forgot about him right afterwards.
Yeah, because he's unimportant and he's a douchebag.
Because the stuff in Seattle and Portland took over, and Minnesota kind of got forgot about.
And I'm proud to be on the ticket, and we'll deliver just like we have here in Minnesota.
Right. And if we're going to deal in truth, both the former president, and his nominee have said that they are very supportive of IVF. We are glad you have your precious family. We thank you for serving in uniform and your years and decades as a teacher.
Don't look. No,
I bet
nope.
she's paid to say this shit.
Nope. I'm not even going to entertain her sucking his dick. No. I have a lot of respect for the men and women in uniform, but what that motherfucker did to his brothers in arms so that he could go run for Congress, fuck him.
Yeah, he betrayed his brothers.
And that was his excuse for leaving. For those of you who don't know, to become a command sergeant major, it's like a 6-year process. And he agreed to this, and he got out of the military when he found out his group was going to Iraq. His side says, oh, they only got a warning that they might go. Everybody who got those warnings went. It is a get your ass ready. We don't know exactly when we're sending you, but you are going. And he dropped out so he could run for Congress. Left them without their command sergeant major, which is the top of the sergeant major chain. Left them without a leader. They had to go get somebody else. Be like, can you come in? Because this fucking asshole just left. Fuck him, and do not give him any props for his military service. Fuck him. He is the epitome of a weekend warrior. He dressed up and played soldier, and when it got time to get real, he ran like a bitch. Fuck him.
Don't hold back, Monkey. Tell us how you really feel.
Nah, fuck that motherfucker. I'm not giving him any credit for that shit. It doesn't take any bravery to be a fucking coward. Anyway.
He bravely ran away.
It is. You know what, Jack? It wasn't even planned this way. I just kind of figured we'd need a palate cleanser. Yep. And after the way that one ended, we absolutely do. Looks like we have a few.
No, the first one is irrelevant. Just skip that one.
Okay. Is the second one the one I'm looking for?
Yes, that's the palate cleanser. The third one is for if we have time later. It's not. It's Kamala on Colbert.
All right. We need to say this at the beginning. We do not know if this is real. We don't fucking care if it is.
Yeah, it's probably fake, but I don't care. It's funny.
It's funny. We don't give a shit. What you can't read right down there at the bottom, it says missing woman's family speaks. That's all you're missing at the bottom there.
Yes, ma'am. We just wanted to come home. My cousin has been missing for 3 days now. Me and my family, we've been out here in the woods looking for her. We've been looking everywhere for her. Yeah, but my thing is, my family is telling everybody that she may have gotten kidnapped. She weighed over 300 pounds. When have y'all ever seen somebody over 300 pounds get kidnapped? Come on now. Who fighting her and put her in the car?
I mean, she's right. You don't see fat people get kidnapped all that often.
Yeah, because they're hard to kidnap. You need a team. What, are you getting the A-team to kidnap some fat ass?
Nobody. I'm tired. It's hot outside. She probably somewhere. I keep telling them she keep trying to be a foodie, one of the mukbangers type things. All they got to do is check every restaurant, but instead we out here checking the woods.
She's not wrong.
I want this to be real so bad.
I know, because this lady is so funny, and she does it so deadpan, like this was
Yes.
real.
They should be checking their food places.
The train tracks, we checking everywhere. The boyfriend don't know where she at. He don't care about where she at. He don't even like her. I like him.
That's the part that killed me when I first watched it.
Yeah.
He don't even like her. I like him.
I like her boyfriend. So I know he not stun her. We just need her to come home because she left this. She left this. And we got to sit here and take care of this. It's cute and all. Ain't that right, mama? But she need to come get a dog. How you leave a whole dog? That's like leaving your kids. And you know I don't like kids. But let me.
Her delivery is so perfect. Please be real. Oh, dear God, please be real. If it's not, this is absolute proof that women can be funny.
Yeah, she's like a unicorn. It's just really rare.
Let me say something to her. Brianna, if you are not back, if you are not home in 3 days, I'm keeping this dog. I'm keeping her. She made my face itchy and everything. We got a little bag for her because she don't like to walk around. She probably done tried to eat the dog. Ain't no telling, man.
Oh, God, I love her. Oh, that's
trying to eat the dog.
I will share that where we found it. I don't know where that was originally posted.
Oh, her Twitter @ is in the video there.
Yeah, she's got a Twitter and a Facebook. It looks like a TikTok.
Yeah, TikTok. That's what I meant.
So go check her out. Yeah, that shit is funny as hell.
I'm sure it's fake, but I don't care. It was funny as shit.
Yeah, I hope it's real, but if it's not, it's still funny. And all right, now we got to get back to real dumb black women instead of one who's just doing it for fun.
Is she black?
Ish.
In the George Santos way.
She's like Santos-ishous. All right. So for some reason, 60 Minutes decided to have Kamala on. I don't know if we're going to make it all 20 minutes of this thing. The level of stupid we've dealt with tonight with her and Tim is amazing. It's painful.
Yeah. Right out the gate, 60 Minutes lies to us too.
I've only seen one clip from this, so I haven't seen the opening of it. I don't care if you don't like Donald Trump. I understand it if you don't.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand how you back Kamala Harris. And I want to say this because there's been some uproar about it where I saw somebody today say that this is the most important election of our lifetime. And I saw Elon say that he thinks if this election goes to Kamala, it's over for democracy. And he doesn't mean we won't have voting anymore. He just means that they're going to move in enough illegals, give them amnesty, and allow them to vote that the vote will always go Democrat. You will notice that they're moving a lot of these illegals into places that are either red or purple.
I think that's what the October surprise is going to be, as an attempt at amnesty.
I think that we're in trouble for a whole different reason if Kamala wins. And I do think this is probably the most important election of my lifetime. And I've mocked people for saying that before, but I want you to hear me. Kamala came out of nowhere. She didn't go through the vetting process of an actual election, of a primary, which would have been a walk for her anyway because she was the VP. If the press manages to get this lady elected in just a simple 5-month time frame, because that's all it will really be, Jack, is about 5 months.
Mm-hmm.
they will realize there is nothing they can't do. There's literally nothing they can't force on us. You won't even need the illegals. Our press with that kind of power should frighten the shit out of you. And
Yeah.
that's what worries me, Jack, is if she wins, the press will be unstoppable. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think you're partly right, but I think the press and the government will get us into a major conflict if she's elected.
I have no doubt about that. I don't know if it'll be a major conflict like going head to head with Russia. I think what more likely will happen is I think they want a war with Iran. Hillary desperately wanted her war with Syria.
Yeah.
And frankly, a war with Syria would have put us in a precarious position because the Russians were backing Assad. And and she wanted to put in a no-fly zone. And all it would take is us shooting down one of the Russians' jets, and shit was going to pop off.
Yeah. Well, that's the danger, though, is these people are so foolishly ignorant about how everything works, about how other cultures see themselves and see us. They would get us in a conflict that will escalate. It could easily become World War III because they're that foolish.
They have one brewing, and we heard Timmy Walz there giving us a little preview of it. It's Iran.
Yeah. And Iran has a lot of deals with the Russians and the
Chinese.
And that could easily become a really nasty fight. And you would see an incredible amount of dead people if we end up in a major conflict like that.
Iran and Russia are tight. Iran's not as tight with China, but they're a friend of my friend kind of thing there.
Yeah. And there's enough ties between them.
Yep. And we're not talking a proxy war like Iran and Iraq in the 80s. We're talking us versus Iran, because listen to Tim Walz's statements there. The question was, would you support the Jews blowing up some of the Iranian stuff? And you're like, well, they can do, they got a right to defend themselves, and Iran needs to be put in its place. They shot down a drone. I mean, he's telegraphing they want a war with Iran.
Yeah, and that could, like I said, easily spiral out of control.
Yep.
And if you think there's no precedent for that and that's conspiracy talk, you need to look into how World War I started, because that's exactly how World War I started. A bunch of people had ties kind of loosely affiliated with each other, so they all piled in on each other, with their friends or their moderate allies, and then everybody's fighting everybody.
Matt says, I don't think Russia and China are going to bother over Iran. I think you aren't paying enough attention to how little the world respects us right now.
They think we're weak, and we are. We have poor leadership, and we're distracted by a bunch of PC nonsense. So we look like really easy targets. And with all the woke crap going on in the military, maybe we are. I don't know. But it would be an arrogant move to think that they won't want to get a piece of the action too, or use it as an opportunity while we're distracted to go after something they want, like Taiwan. China was getting into it with Vietnam the other day.
Yep.
And if we're distracted with one thing, that opens up a lot of other places to being subjected to invasion. Remember, Russia went into Georgia under George W. Bush. He took part of the Ukraine in Obama's term. Can you imagine what somebody as laughably incompetent as Kamala is going to get taken from somebody? They're going to be like, we have no respect for her. She's a coward. She's not going to do anything. Or she's going to overreact and do something really stupid.
Or even worse, I mean, somebody in chat said that that the Iranians are having to supply Russian guns. That's how it was at the beginning. Russia has ramped up their production of military equipment.
Yeah.
I could see an event, Jack, where we decide to go head to head with the Iranians, and we'd kick the shit out of the Iranians head to
Oh yeah, it'd be
head.
easy.
We would. But I could see them getting a hold of some Russian equipment and Russia being like, if you use this, it might help. It's exactly what we're doing in Ukraine. What are we going to do? Call them out on it?
Yeah. And what if those munitions they're supplying to the Iranians are nuclear weapons?
Mm-hmm.
Do you really want that? I mean, some old Russian nukes from the Cold War getting lobbed around, God knows where. Israel would probably be wiped out first. Let's be realistic. But that fallout has to go somewhere. They'll probably have more than 1 or 2 missiles from the Russians, and we can't say shit because we're doing something pretty similar in Ukraine. And the Russians are going to want revenge for that.
Yep. It doesn't take that much to kick it off. What it does take is them to think we're weak, and with Kamala, we will be.
Yeah, and God knows how many terrorists have slipped over the border. The Russians could just sneak over a suitcase nuke and take out a couple neighborhoods. The fear alone would drive this country insane because people do not understand what warfare really is anymore.
No, they think it's like in movies, man. Anyway, speaking of dumbass Kamala, the 60 minutes, this is the 60-minute Kamala Harris interview, which will probably get us struck down, Jack, but I don't really give a fuck. If you go to watch this tomorrow, you're like, oh, I missed part of it, and you can't find it, it'll be on Rumble. And it's not because of the N-word, it's because of the stupid whore. Anyway.
Killed.
Then they probably shouldn't have started a war.
Yeah, maybe their elected representatives shouldn't be out blowing people up and kidnapping them. And then having the civilian population assist in the kidnappings and rapes.
Yeah, remember, that is some shit they've kept real hush-hush, but it wasn't just Hamas. It was the innocents who were doing it.
Yeah.
This war has to end.
Go ahead.
I'm supposed to point out that the Angels lose a 5th straight game after blowing 6-run lead in 9-8 loss to the Rangers.
Ouch. That's got to be disheartening. You're up 7-1. What was it? Second inning, right? And then to blow it like that. Oh.
We supply Israel with billions.
Well played. Okay, I just want to point out that she did not answer the question at all.
No, she did, but that's what she does.
The question was, how are you guys going to stop it from spiraling out of control? And she said, it happened on October 7th, and Israel has a right to defend itself, and how they defend itself matters. That doesn't even come close to answering the question. We didn't ask for a fucking history lesson.
I came up with an analogy the other day on Twitter that I think works really well. Kamala Harris talks like an alien translator that doesn't work quite right. Like, it gets words, but they're not in the right order, and they don't always have full sentences.
Yeah.
So they think they're saying something when they're talking to you because they know the words are correct, but they're not in the right order or missing a lot of context. And you're like, what the fuck is this thing saying to me? That's how she sounds. She sounds like a bad alien translator. And I kept thinking of that Star Trek episode where Picard's on the planet with another guy and he's using analogies the whole time.
Oh, yeah.
At the walls of whatever. And I'm like, what the fuck? How are you understanding any of this? This is stupid. Just shoot that guy and eat him.
She reminds me of Damon Wayans' character, Anton, who just says words that sound smart and ends up, using all the wrong ones.
Yeah.
Except for she's not funny.
And the way she does it, she thinks she is saying something deeply intellectual, which is dangerous for a leader to be, because she thinks that what she's saying is not only important and morally correct, but will defend that. Like, she will stand up and say, no, I answered this. That's the type of leader that will get you in a war by accident. Also, real quickly, thank you, Evolved Potato. I'm sorry I didn't watch football for babies, which is what American football is. Technically, it'd be rugby. Take off the pads, you pussies. Play rugby like real men to get real injuries that don't give you mental problems.
I would say something back, but you're probably a criminal, and I don't want to get shanked. So
No.
we'll just go with yours. This is why
I agree. Rugby's better.
This is why I said rugby would be fine if they didn't have that oversized testicle for their ball.
Yeah, if they had like a regular American football, it would be more interesting.
Yeah,
but they're basically like cousin games because they're American football was clearly influenced by rugby.
I don't know why they play with an abo titty, but they tend to. But as to Kamala here, this is why I said at the beginning that they did not talk about this stuff. He asked her questions and she just rambles.
Yeah, but she thinks she sounds smart by doing it. Because I really think that she thinks she's saying something impactful and deeply meaningful because she's that narcissistic.
I don't think it's even that. I think she is just repeating shit. Do you have can you find the clip real quick of her where her teleprompter went out?
Oh yeah, no problem.
Because I want to watch that before we watch the rest of this, because I don't think that she thinks she sounds smart. I think she's repeating the lines that she's been told to repeat. And because of that, she thinks she's smart because I memorized it, but she doesn't know why she's saying what she's saying.
Well, on top of that, I think she thinks she memorized it correctly, but is saying it incorrectly. You know, like it's like the telephone game. You know, it gets passed down, and you end up with like Jimmy said, "Purple monkey dishwasher."
I'd like to believe you're right, but I can also see it that the people that she's surrounded herself with think that this sounds intelligent too. All right.
Yeah. That's
so
that last one.
Yeah, we're going to jump to that one real fast. This is her at a rally the other day. And if you guys haven't seen this, oh, dear God.
Remember his number, 32. Today we got 32 days until the election.
Right there. She knows the teleprompter went out.
Teleprompter died. Whoopsie.
Oh, shit.
Don't worry, guys. She recovers very well.
So 32 days. 32 days. Okay, we got some business to do. All right. 32 days. And we know we will do it. And this is going to be a very tight race until the very end. This is going to be a very tight race until the very end. We are the underdog, and we know we have some hard work ahead.
She should not be allowed to use a teleprompter. Say what you will about Trump and where he's all over the place when he's giving his speeches and stuff. But the man knows what he's talking about off the top of his head, and he can keep speaking if the teleprompter goes out.
Yeah,
in fact,
improv.
In fact, if anything, Trump would probably be better off without the teleprompter at all.
Yeah. Well, Trump's like an old school carnival barker. The guy's a natural entertainer. And that's, a great skill to have as a public orator, to be able to entertain people like that. So he can speak off the cuff literally for hours.
She just admitted to being the underdog. No. You misunderstood what happened there. She's the clear favorite if we're looking at what the press thinks, Jack. And that's usually how you go, who's the favorite to win? You look at what the analysts are saying. Mm-hmm. She's the clear favorite, but America loves an underdog. So she's trying to grab that mantle. The only thing we like more than an underdog is tearing someone down.
Yeah.
We're a weird country. We really are.
We're busy being awesome.
Oh, God. Oh, yeah, we're back to this idiot. Oh, God, vagina neck. I didn't mean to touch it.
With your wiener.
Look, see, now my pointer's showing up.
I don't know. I'm not looking at the screen.
I can see it on the screen, so.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I see it now. I didn't see it earlier.
It wasn't there earlier. You were right. I was pointing out that it's back now, and I have no idea why. It's just weird how it happens sometimes. All right. Vaginal neck just gave a non-answer, so I don't know what the guy's name is. He's going to try to ask another question. No. I mean, that's true, but the reason they don't know her is because she's been fucking hidden. Any other normal race, Jack, with 4 months to go before the election, somebody has to step in for the president. They go out there and they hit every fucking cable network, every talk show. They're on even Kimmel and that kind of crap. They are getting themselves out there. And with her, they went, do not let that bitch talk. Most people don't even know that she's flip-flopped on all of this stuff because what little they've heard, they've been lied to about.
Yep. Well, the press has been puffing her up in her absence.
They allowed her to get away with that bullshit. If my values haven't changed, you've 100% changed your opinion, but your value hasn't changed. How the fuck is that possible?
Yeah.
And it would be one thing if it was one instance and she was like, yeah, no, I just looked at it a different way. I still feel the same way underlying, but I think this is a better way to. You can't, unless she's a complete fucking retard. That doesn't happen with literally everything.
Well, I mean, you just hit the nail on the head there. She's fucking retarded, but I see your point.
Don't worry, Monk. My girlfriend says it'd be cool to have a female president. Thank God she's pretty. I don't. Look, I think it'd be cool to have a female president, but it's got to be one who earns it and deserves it.
Yeah, we want Margaret Thatcher.
Go ahead.
No, go. I was cutting you off. Sorry.
I don't want Margaret Thatcher. I want Politibunny.
Yeah, I mean, I see that too, but I'd take Margaret Thatcher over Cackles McGee Joker here.
The Margaret Thatcher, I mean, by American standards, was still a lefty.
Yeah.
But yeah, how about somebody who actually earned it? Hillary literally didn't earn it. She rode Bill's cum-stained coattails into the Senate and then ran for president, and we were supposed to vote for her because it was her turn. She never accomplished a fucking thing.
But it was her turn.
Kamala here sucked her way into power, got picked to be VP because of her vagina and the pigmentation of her skin. Period. End of story. There's no argument that that is why she was picked.
Yeah, she's literally floated to the top.
Yes. I'm not opposed to a female president, which actually puts me at odds with my wife, who's like, nah, I don't know bitches in there.
Me and Lady Monkey are on the same page on that one. Nope.
What I am opposed to is the shit candidates they've been giving us being like, you should take Karen here. Anyway.
You were against fracking. Now you're for it. You supported looser immigration.
No. She's still not for fracking. Pay attention to the words she actually says. What she says is, I never really said I was against fracking. She's continued to lie about her fracking thing without actually being like, go fracking.
Policies, now you're tightening them up. You were for Medicare for all. Now you're not. So many that.
And by Medicare for all, that's Medicare for all, including illegals. She did raise her hand when she was asked if her medical plan would cover illegals. All of the Democrats did. But she totally changed her mind on that, Jack.
Yeah.
You know why? because they got insulin down to $35 for Medicare, so they don't want to have that deal. Unless you have Medicare, she wants you to pay a lot for insulin and die. That's my theory. She hates diabetics like me. Anyway, quadrupled the number of illegals coming through. That was your... Do you remember just a second ago, she was talking about how they had policies, and when they did their policies, they cut it in half. By the way, cutting it in half when you've quadrupled it still means it's double. I don't know if you understand how math works.
Math. Keep your wizardry out of here, Harry Potter.
Jiraiya got there too. Half of quadrupling is double. Yeah. If you have 1 and you multiply it by 4 and then cut that in half, you now have 2, which is double.
I will have none of this heresy. You keep your wizardry, witchcraft to yourself there, Potter.
And he was right here to correct her, and look how mad she got.
Oh, yeah.
She's
not a happy camper.
She still can't answer the question properly. Was it a mistake?
She's a fucking retard.
There's ways to get around admitting it was a mistake. You could even say, in hindsight, we probably made some mistakes there and we'd do things a little bit different.
Yeah, we learned a lot from the experience.
Yeah.
You massage that shit, but no, she can't do that. Her ego is too big.
No, instead she claims, our policies got this done. Okay, well, why didn't you do those immediately?
It's one of the problems with being stupid is stupid people are often the most arrogant ones you'll find.
Yes. It is amazing. In fairness, though, Jack, I like it that way. If
no,
it
it's
was
funnier that way.
If that wasn't true, I would not have near as much fun on Twitter.
That is just a sad fact.
It is amazing how many. Look, I do not think I'm that. I'm not a retard, Jack, but I'm not the smartest guy out there. I'm not like Mensa level. I'm just a guy who reads a lot. The number of times I've told people you are not smart enough for this conversation and then been immediately proven right is staggering.
That's really underselling it.
It's amazing.
It's amazing how these people end up engaging with you. When I'm surprised they can type because they're really, really dumb. Real fast though. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Evolved Potato. They're also starting to fortify the election really strong right now. Yeah, it's looking that way. I don't remember where, but there was a lawsuit coming on right now because they're allowing over 100 times more Democrat poll watchers than a Republican. Yeah, I saw that. There was only 15 poll watchers hired for the Republicans, but like 900 for the Democrats. There's a couple of those things going on right now that are pretty shady.
Our Secretary of State, or hang on, I gotta look it up. I want to make sure I get the right office. Yeah, Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson here in Michigan. She just lost a case in court where she had put out booklets on how to, run the election, and basically told people that the mail-in ballots didn't necessarily have to match. And yeah, against state law. And the judge was like, no. And so she's being required to send out new booklets with the updated, you actually have to verify these votes.
Yeah, a couple weeks before the election, that'll really be influential.
She even admitted to the judge that her wording would make fraud easier.
Wow. At least she admits it.
Anyway, back to this dumb woman instead of that dumb. My state is run by women.
Apparently, which is ironic since it's shaped like a hand.
The governor, the secretary of state, the attorney general. I'm pretty sure one of the houses of Congress is headed by a female.
Are they trying to give a handy to Canada?
They're fucking us somehow. Voting for Trump if you're a conservative, okay? I really do. I understand a lot of reasons, and not Cheney reasons, but fiscal reasons. If you're really die hard on pro-life, there's a lot of reasons I get not voting for Trump. But all of them preclude you from voting for Kamala.
Yeah, 'cause she's worse on everything.
Where's Black Waldo? Let's see. We got another angle. Oh, we got a Negro right there.
Oh my golly gosh, a Negro.
We got a bitch who looks really mad right there.
Well, if I was at a Kamala rally, I wouldn't be real happy about it.
This bitch wearing an Afghan. Yeah, one black. So this guy might be black. It's hard to tell because he's moving. So that would bring 3. Shouldn't at least that be 12% black, Jack?
I mean, if you're going for equity, yeah. Oh, real quickly. Thank you, Dark Resurrect, for that feminist donation. Congratulations. You have the war criminal support. Yeah. Exactly. I mean, both the Cheneys came out for her, Dick Cheney and his daughter.
Yep.
They're both vile people.
Again, I understand the reasons not to vote for Trump. I do not understand how that turns into voting for Kamala.
Yeah, it makes no sense to me at all.
No. And I understand, guys, there's so many of you who believe you have to vote for one of the 2 people on the top of the tickets. You really don't. You could sit it out. It is a legitimate voting mannerism. And no, it doesn't. It's not an automatic vote for the other side because the other side tells me it's a vote for you. So shut the fuck up with that stupid shit. But if you really have conservative values, there's no way you can support that commie cunt.
Oh, God, no. Not if you're a real conservative.
Sitting it out is slitting America's throat. Congratulations, Assassin. You agree with Democrats. You realize that, right? Both sides see it as that, and you're both wrong about it.
Well, I get why people say that, though, because there is legitimate concern about this election that if Kamala's elected, we're in big trouble. So I think people should go out and vote.
But let me ask you this. If you, I'm not even going to ask you who you vote for. But let's say I was like, you know what? I don't think I'm going to vote this time. And then I said, guys, I've decided I'm going to vote for Kamala. Do you think people who were telling me I was throwing away my vote or basically voting for the other side would be, oh, thank God you finally decided you saved America because you picked a side?
No, I get what you're saying. I just think that it is important for people to vote.
I think not voting is a legitimate vote.
Yeah, but I just saying, I'm not saying they're like evil for not voting. I just think they should.
I hate if there's an argument for it, by all means. I still have not heard one. But the argument I always get is, and I get it from the left and right, because the left has been pissed at me for not voting for a major party candidate for decades too. It's always that I'm helping the other side. I can't be helping both of you.
You don't know that. Well, it's the Uniparty.
I literally can't be voting.
No, it's the Uniparty. It doesn't matter who you vote for. We're fucked.
Monkey, not voting is a vote of no confidence, in my opinion. I agree. I think you should be up on your politics. People who just completely stay out of it, I don't have much respect for. But if you looked at both candidates and go, I can't vote for either of these people, I have respect for you. I really do. I think that is as a legitimate way to vote as any. Anyway, if you're just like, I don't want to go out, it's rainy, fuck you.
But if it's raining, what if you're a witch? You'll melt.
There's a lot of flab in this picture.
Well, you're lucky it's not full of rape, because it is.
And a lot of old
feminists there.
A lot of old white guys. Damn. Oh, look, a lesbian. I don't know how I can tell that from a picture. It's a mystery.
You sure that's not David Hogg?
It kind of does look like a fat David Hogg. What's funny about that?
Who knows?
When we come back, Vice Presidential candidate Tim Walz.
Oh, fuck no. We're done for tonight.
You want to cover that tomorrow? I thought we were going
Yeah.
to cover that.
Oh, do you want to?
I don't care.
Oh, God damn you. All right, let's see what Walz.
I didn't say yes. I said I don't care. You can't blame me for that.
I'm not blaming you for it. You're right that we should probably do it, because if we do it tomorrow, I'll forget. And we'll get into something else, and we won't see what this retard had to say.
I like how Evolved Potato's like, cover it. And Cougar's like, thank God they're not covering it.
Well, Cougar, sorry.
Oh, Alan's seconding that and a bold sign. So yeah, it's looks like we have to cover Timmy.
I thought about doing this stream after I got some sleep, Jack. That's how fucking tired I am today.
Mm-hmm.
And we are 5 hours into Kamala and Timmy. Dangerous, thank you. I fucking hate this. We have to fight Russia because they will invade one of our NATO allies. Also, we must make Ukraine a NATO ally, which is already invaded by Russia. This is insanity. In fairness, she did sidestep the getting him into NATO. Somebody probably told her, you're going to cause a war if you say that.
Yeah.
But we know it's been part of the Biden agenda for a while, even going back to 2020, when he said, no, was it 2020? Yeah, 2020, where he said Ukraine was too corrupt to be into NATO. It wasn't in a way that was the end of the story. It's that they had to clean up their corruption so they could get into NATO.
Yeah. In other words, just hide it better.
Yep. And whether you think it's a reason to invade Ukraine or not, Putin is absolutely right when he says NATO's expanding when they promised they wouldn't. And there's no real reason for us to be expanding into Ukraine.
No, there's no real reason to expand NATO anyway. Because Russia's not that much of a threat anymore. Not like they were. This isn't the Cold War. But now we're putting them on a war footing because they're worried. And I get it.
You know what, Assassin? Wait a second. He says, Jack, hell, most of the members of NATO are too corrupt to be in NATO.
Yeah.
Think about that. Because I agree with you 100%. Ukraine is so corrupt. The corrupt countries of NATO were like, oh, fuck no.
That is impressive on your levels of corruption.
Right? Are you voting? No, I'm voting for Trump this time, Jenna. I'm voting for Trump because of the lawfare shit the Democrats pulled. They cannot be rewarded for that.
Yeah.
That shit cannot happen again.
No. I'm going to go pee. I'll be right back.
Sure. But yeah, Assassin, you were spot on that. That's how fucked up Ukraine is, that these shithole countries in Europe, which are fucking horrible, they're so bad, and they looked at Zelensky and went, I don't think so. Not that guy. Not the guy who's got more money in the Caymans than anybody else, any other leader in the world. And it's been that way for a while because Ukraine's been trying to get into NATO for a while. And the answer has always been they're just way too corrupt. When Joe fucking Biden says you're too corrupt, that's an issue. And he said that back in 2020. And then, the whole war breaks out and suddenly Zelensky becomes the most righteous man ever to exist. And now, 6 months before that war, we were happily pointing out the Nazis in Ukraine. We were happily pointing out what a shitbag Zelensky was. It wasn't happening often, but even the 7-year war at that point, where they'd killed, what is it, 13? No, is it 13,000? I think it's 13,000 Ukrainians. Ukrainians killing Ukrainians. We report on it. But because Putin went in, they're like, oh my God, can you believe how he's treating this upstanding member of the international community. I mean, it's fucking disgusting, man. Ironically, the former Eastern Bloc nations like Poland are the most honest and upfront with their payments. I don't think that's. I get what you're getting at with using the word ironically. I don't think it's ironic. I think it's their place in history. Look, if I'm Poland, I'm making friends with the biggest, baddest guy in the prison. You know what I mean? That's my new best friend, because Poland has had a rough history. They're in a really bad spot in Europe where all of the major wars have gone through them. It fucking sucks for them. So I get them wanting to, hey, I'm going to keep my dues up. We're going to do things on the up and up. It's all those other shitbags that haven't had to worry as much. Remember the leak call with Biden to Ukraine saying we don't want Trump to find out what we've been doing? I don't. Not right offhand.
Poland's the Korea of Europe.
Oh, Poland, man, they get fucked so bad.
Yeah, that's where everybody has their wars.
Yep.
It's like Korea. Oh, hey, Japan. Hey, China. What are you guys doing? Oh, please stop doing that.
Yeah, look at a map. Look at Russia. Look at France, and look at what's in between. Look at the middle ground there. It's all right. Oh God. Tampon Timmy. Timpon coming up.
Gets the 60 minutes treatment, and Kamala.
Oh my God, are they gonna lick his balls?
Apparently, they're gonna lather the taint with that dude's mustache.
Saying Poland's history is rough is putting it lightly, to be honest. You're not wrong, Demo Man. Absolutely.
Harris talks about.
Oh my God. If he says it again, I'm gonna punch myself in the dick.
No, don't do that, because that'll hurt. Because he's gonna say it again. Oh, people know who I am. I'm just a gosh darn shucks, a golly gee whiz sort of fella. Look, in like a weird Twilight Zone episode or a horror movie, he's got that like kind of out of place way of talking. His cadence, the terms he uses are very outdated. Like, I would think this dude's a Men in Black if I came across him in an alley. I'd be like, you don't sound like a person from my era. You're either a time traveler or a fucking alien or some kind of weirdo who wants to touch my no-nos.
Real quick, AP is in chat. My friend, how the fuck are you? I was just telling Jack the other day, I had to go to your channel because I realized I hadn't seen anything from you in forever. And I was like, holy shit, did something happen to AP? And nobody told me? And no, you've been streaming all along like normal. And I don't know why YouTube was like, you're not allowed to talk to him anymore. Guys, if you're not following AP, make sure you do. Way funnier than we are. And just a great fucking guy.
You don't have to tell them that. They'll go watch his show right now.
No, you watch it after us. I mean, his is already done.
Yeah, that's a good point. How's it going, AP? Oh, yeah, election year, they shadow banned you. Makes sense.
It just weirded me out because for reasons that I don't want to get into, Scooby came into my radar again. And I was like, oh shit, AP, because sorry, dude, you're tied to him forever because you made that great series. And that's when I realized, I'm like, I haven't seen him in months.
I try to watch those documentaries about once a year just because they're so funny. Scooby's weird.
Oh, what is going on?
What?
We're down, apparently.
Are we?
Something about policy violations, apparently.
I don't know what that is.
Did we just get banished midstream? We
Maybe.
tell chat to go to.
Are we still on?
We should be on Rumble. I have no mentions over here of anything. Huh.
Rumble, can you hear us?
Rumble, what's up? Apparently we're Rumble exclusive for a while. Nothing in my emails. Huh. Sorry, guys.
I bet you
We'll get back. We'll get back to the show in just a second. I have no idea what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, it booted me out of the chat, so I can't even tell everybody to go to Rumble. It auto refreshed.
Huh. Mine isn't.
Ironically, there's an ad playing.
Oh, it's back now. I see it now. It was only a tiny policy. AP got us in trouble just by showing up, apparently.
Oh, we said his name. He's like Beetlejuice.
Wow. Man, they really do have him on a short leash.
Yeah, geez.
Fuck, you can't even go into people's chat without getting in trouble. All right. Welcome back, YouTube folks.
Yeah. Don't know what happened there, but whatever.
I wonder. AP shrugs. Damn, man, they watching you close. I wonder if it's because this is CBS and CBS are real dicks about copyright.
I was wondering that too. That's what I figured.
But
I don't know.
But somebody in chat said, I think it was Frost who said it was for a policy violation.
Yeah, a couple people are saying that, but that wouldn't surprise me. But the policy, as we said the wrong thing or supported the wrong person, or who knows.
I said cunt a long time ago. If they just caught up to that, wow. Can't be the N-bomb because that was a long time ago too. Suspended for policy violation, and it got reversed that quickly. Whoever's watching this at YouTube, I apologize. Not to you for anything I said, but for not being worse. You can go fuck yourself.
Oh, hey now, we just got back on the air. Don't insult the people that let us stay on.
I didn't do anything wrong. They can eat me. All right. I wonder what the policy violation was.
I don't know. It might have been just some kind of glitch, too.
Could have been, yeah. Anyway, back to Timmy, dumbass here. They're not even really letting him talk, so I guess he wasn't wrong about giving him the 60 minutes treatment. It's like, he said some stupid shit, and we're going to try to make it sound better.
We're going to smooth that over. If we end up getting shut down again, just go over to Rumble.
Yeah.
It'll be easier just to tell you that now.
Dart said the policy is making people listen to this moron. And
considered a human rights violation.
Jenna, if you're on Twitter, toss me that in my DMs if you would. Check your money hole. Give me 1 second here. Evolve, thank you so much. The promise for NATO to not expand was a myth. Gorbachev himself says it wasn't brought up at all. He said it violates the spirit of the agreement, but he made it clear there was no promise at all about NATO expansion. We're just going to have to disagree on that because it's not just the deal with Gorbachev. This is the fuck. Who was it? One of the secretaries of state is the one who said it. And they didn't have it in a written agreement. It was supposedly just a gentleman's agreement. Either way, there's no reason for us to be expanding into fucking Ukraine. Ooh, I wonder if it was for calling Tim Walz's kid a tard.
Oh yeah, that'd be my bad.
I did it first. It's not your bad.
I blame you then.
Yeah. Look, if it was you, I'd blame you, but it was me.
I generally try not to get people in trouble on their channels.
In writing or nothing, I understand that. If you're talking about a legally binding agreement. But the simple fact is the only reason we're doing anything with Ukraine is kickbacks to our government and then go fuck themselves.
Yeah, it's all about the bribes.
Yep. Anyway,
between someone.
The people know me.
Bruh, how many examples do you need of you lying? I'm sorry, misspeaking. Spreading false information. By his own telling, Jack, he has spread misinformation and should not have free speech.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's his rule, not mine.
Yeah.
All right.
Real fast. Thank you, Cougar Knife. Last dono for a long while. I've lost so much weight because of the cost. I'm losing everything and I'm hungry. I'm voting Trump because I don't think I can survive 4 more years. I think I may
Fair.
just snap when I'm on the streets soon because of these fuckers. Dude, you're not alone on that one. There's a lot of people that are in really tough spots right now. But appreciate the donation, but don't ever feel obligated if you can't afford it. We understand, believe me.
Yeah, this has happened with candidates before when their name gets put into major contention, even when they're not picked as the VP. But the press starts adding even a little bit of scrutiny, and it is not the same as running for a governor or a senator or a congressman. That there is real scrutiny on the nationwide level, and it's something that breaks a lot of people.
Well, it's a very important job.
Yeah. And I think a lot of people who look at this, especially when you're running for the presidency in the primaries, you go back to like the days when Clinton becomes the candidate in 92. How many people dropped out because, oops, we have this scandal and this thing resurfaced. And that's before the internet, Jack.
Yeah.
Candidates today, I almost feel sorry for them, not for this piece of shit. But we're going to get to a point where the candidate is like, back in 3rd grade, you called Sarah Johnson a booger face. And it's on TikTok. We have the video.
Oh my God. Yeah. Oh.
Gary Hart. Yeah, Gary Hart got absolutely destroyed. And all he did was bang a hoe. I mean, it was only a few years later that was fine.
Yeah, he missed out.
He was a man before his time. Anyway, let's get through the asshole here.
Own up to being a knucklehead at times, but the folks closest to me.
No.
I'm
You're
just
not
a
a knucklehead.
knucklehead. I'm a big doofus.
You're a liar.
Pay no
Period.
attention to my lies. I'm just a silly boy. Silly
Jiraiya-
little doofus.
Jiraiya says, I know Sarah Johnson and can confirm she is a booger face. All right. Well, all right. I haven't met her yet, but I'm sure it's true.
That's what Mookie hit her in the
No,
face with a
so that I
shovel.
keep my
Her name was Amy. Thank you very much. And I didn't hit her in the
Whatever.
face. I hit her in the top of the head. Yes, I really did hit a girl in the top of the head with a shovel, but I had a good reason.
No, you
Dangerous
did.
Spaces.
You did
Yes, I
not
did.
have a good reason.
I did.
You're wallsing it up right here.
Excuse me. No. I've told the story. She knew the rules and she thought she was being funny and broke them, and so I had to issue punishment. I was like 6, y'all. Leave me alone. Dangerous Faces, thank you. He lied about his service, rank, and being in combat, being in China, being a head coach, receiving an award, what fertility treatment he used, lied about being deaf during a DUI. Anything else? Probably, but I think he hit all the major ones there.
All the major ones we know of.
Wait, no. I got to correct you, Dangerous. He didn't lie about those things. He was a knucklehead about those things.
That's just a big old knucklehead. I'm just a silly Billy.
I didn't say she had it coming, but she did kind of. Okay. For the newer folks here, because there's 315 people watching, and I dare say some of them have not been around for this story. My mom had some people over from church, and they had 2 kids. Amy, and I think her brother's name was Mark. Amy was my little brother's age, and Mark was my older brother's age. My older brother, I don't know where the fuck he was. But Mark, my little brother, and Amy are riding big wheels and a tricycle around the back porch in a circle. And I'm standing in the middle with a shovel. Why? I have no fucking idea. It was a long time ago. But I got into my head. I was like, all right, everybody stop. And so they all stopped. And they're in a circle around me. They're about evenly spaced. And I said, the first one to move is getting hit with the shovel. And it took a couple of seconds, and I see Amy smile and her eyes start to twinkle a little bit. And sure enough, she started pedaling and knocked her right on top of the head. I still maintain that I did nothing wrong. The rule was the first person to move gets hit, and she moved.
Let's go to Amy on this. Oh, no!
They all stopped. They all agreed to the rule. Nobody objected.
Amy
By
couldn't
the
speak
way,
English. She was a German exchange student.
Amy is also the first little girl I gave a peck to. Actually, she gave me a peck, and I pecked her back.
Was she trying to get CPR from you after you bashed her on the head?
No,
You
I'm
give her
charming and
traumatic
always
brain
have been, Jack.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, that story didn't exonerate you at all. I don't think you listened to it properly.
I think everybody listened to it properly. You didn't listen to it properly.
I am telling you, that is what happened. She moved and got hit. Those were the rules. Don't hit girls on the head, or women, or anybody on the head with a shovel. And don't let your 6-year-olds play with a shovel. Probably
I
not a
think
good
that's
idea.
the real lesson here: is lock up your gardening and tools and body disposal items.
Mom made me stand in the corner, and I stood there for like 2 hours, and I refused to apologize because I was right. Like, she knew the rules. And Mom told me that if I didn't apologize, that I would be standing there till they came over the next time, and I apologized. And I believed my mom. So I did apologize, but Amy, if you're out there, I didn't mean it.
Yeah, I'm sure her therapist at the group home is.
I was blackmailed into it.
Yeah. He did man. He gave me trouble.
That was extortion. Mom extorted me. I'm just saying.
She's your mom. She's allowed to do that.
I understand that, but it's still extortion, and I feel gypped. Anyhow, let's finish with this idiot. At least I will tell you the bad stories about me. I'm not proud of that story, because as I've gotten older, I'm like, oh, I think I see what people see. But I still maintain I was in the right.
It took you 50 years to see it.
No, it took me about 43 years, honestly. I was right. I said the first person to move, I would have hit Mark or my little brother if they were the first one to move.
That doesn't make it better.
It's not my fault the bitch didn't know I was being serious.
Bitch had it coming.
Bitch set me up. Anyway.
Word.
Walz proudly touts his record as governor of Minnesota. But
No, he doesn't. He lies about a lot of it. If he was proudly touting his record as the governor of Minnesota, he wouldn't be lying about the abortion bill he signed.
Well, he's proudly sharing his lies about his. I believe he believes his own lies until he gets evidence.
And that's fine for him to believe it, but the news damn well knows better.
Oh, well, yeah, but they don't care.
Amy should have been more respectful. Amy should have followed the fucking rules. So your victim didn't obey your command. She wasn't a victim.
I mean, she was.
Look,
just refused to
no,
see it
wait. When the quarterback hands the ball off to the fullback, and the fullback goes running and somebody tackles him, is the fullback now a victim of a tackle, or is that what happens in the game?
I think that analogy doesn't work here.
Why not? It was a game.
It was a game to you.
It was a game to all of us.
No, that's like the most dangerous game is a game for all of us. No, there's 3 people that didn't want to be hunted down.
I didn't say it wasn't dangerous. Football's dangerous. I saw a man get killed. I'm just saying.
Life's dangerous.
Life is dangerous. Does the linebacker have a shovel? Oh my God. Anyone else having problems with PayPal? I hope not.
No, we're poor. We need the money.
She enjoyed it secretly. She liked me. She was sweet on me. I mean, like I said, I've always been charming. So you
And
declared,
modest.
wait, I need to address this because Evolved Potato said you declared it was a game by yourself, but they all agreed. And remember, when she goes to start pedaling, she smiles. She knew she was breaking the rules of the game.
She's
She
like,
just-
he won't hit me. I love him.
Yes,
And then you
and
bashed her in the head, and we're like, fuck you, bitch.
that's what she gets because she wasn't. I wasn't into girls. I was 6.
Your hair was in charge at that time?
No, there was nothing in.
Oh.
Okay, that's not true. I'd already played Show Me Yours, and I'll show you mine. But I didn't. All right, I hit her in the head, and she was kind of cute. I'm charming. What was she wearing? She was wearing a little dress. If I remember correctly, it was like a yellow flowered thing.
I'm charming. I bash girls in the head with a shovel.
I was just going back to my caveman days. That's how you showed love back then.
Thank you, Frosted Glass. So to recap, Monkey kisses a little girl after he leaves church, then hits her in the head with a shovel.
No.
When she tries to flee.
No.
Don't worry, Monk. I know you're just passionate and can be a knucklehead.
You have the timeline backwards. I hit her in the head first. I'm charming. Don't think so, shovel. I am charming. Anyway. Oh. It's almost a shame to go back to Tim Walz after this.
What
It
does
also
Gunther think?
What's that?
What does Gunther think of that?
Gunther, it doesn't talk to me anymore.
Oh,
That hoe.
you're not Amish.
I do wonder whatever became of Amy. I wonder if like later in life she felt her head and went, "What the fuck is that dent?"
No, she's probably like with the concussion award with the NFL players.
She's just got missing time of her memory back when she was about 5.
I remember this kid with a shovel and then a blank for 7 years.
This is horrible to be laughing about. Oh, God. Look, that's the mind of a child, right? I told her she couldn't do it. Oh, well. I was thinking about being a male feminist when I grew up.
Oh, yeah, fair.
Thank you, Dangerous. Monk smashed a girl over the head, probably causing serious brain damage. Pretty sure that girl went on to run as a Democrat candidate for president. Also, maybe she was moving to state her objection. No. She was smiling. She was not stating her objection. That doesn't make it right that I hit her in the head with a shovel. But she was clearly like, there's no way he's actually going to hit me in the head with a shovel. Don't test me, bitch. That's what we call fuck around and find out. At 6 with a shovel. All right.
Has opened him up to criticism.
I might have been 7, honestly.
Oh, it makes all the difference.
All I know is I lived in California at the time and left California when I was 7. So I don't remember the exact ages.
From his Republican opponents.
Can you believe my neighbor, the little girl that lived next door, once punched me in the nose and gave me a bloody nose?
Did you hit him or one of his family members in the head with a shovel?
No, it was a girl, dude.
Oh.
Yeah.
I've been given bloody noses by chicks before. It's like they got bricks in their purses, I'll tell you.
She liked me and wouldn't leave me alone, and so I told her to leave me alone, and I might have called her ugly or something, and she punched me in the face.
Yeah, they get a little bitchy about calling them ugly or fat.
I didn't call her fat. She wasn't fat. I don't even remember if I called her ugly. I know I told her to get away from me. I might have told her she was stupid or something like that, because again, young at the time, and she was annoying me and get away, and the bitch punched me. And my mom said, I knew something like this was going to happen. My mom was on the side of the girl who punched me in the nose.
Yeah, I mean, after the shovel incident, I mean, I kind of get it.
My own mother was like, this motherfucker needs taken down a notch.
Well, she does know you, so.
At 6. Evolved Potato, thank you. So you beat the little girl and later on she kissed you. So even little girls will go back to their abusers. It's in their DNA. All right, let's finish this stupid shit. He's talking about the fact that you'll steal children from other states to cut off their genitals.
Oh, it's just being neighborly.
Monk was actually 35. I'm not Dr. Disrespect, man.
He may be talking about we have a paid family and medical leave policy that was promoted by the business community. Donald?
No, he was talking about you making it a wonderful place to come live as an illegal.
Yeah.
You know damn good and well what he's talking about. Like, he must mean how great everything is here. I hate these lying bastards.
Wonderful and amazing.
Monkey, at least it was true, unlike his knucklehead stories. Yes. It's one of those stories. I mean, because look, I don't want to say I was a violent child, but I often settled my differences with my brothers with violence. But it's one of those stories. I'm like, why do I remember that one? And the reason it's not because I hit a little girl in the head with a shovel, because, like I said, I hit a lot of people.
Don't feel special, lady.
Right. It's because of the mom telling me that if I didn't apologize, I would be there until they came over next. And I believed mom, because mom didn't play about that shit. Mom wasn't the one. I'm going to count to 3. 1, 2, 2.5, 2 3/4. Hang on, I need a calculator. No, mom was like 1, 2. She got to 2, you were in trouble. Mom did not play. All right.
Donald Trump spends his time tearing down states rather than lifting up the things we do, the best of it. Donald Trump's critique.
Donald Trump tears down states for stealing children from other states to mutilate their genitals. What a dick.
Yeah. What an asshole.
If you get Monk to play that clip, this is the end right here. Whatever this is, if you want, give it to him for tomorrow.
It's of that.
What's that?
Not only are they wrong, but I'm waiting for what is his solution. Here in Minnesota, we're so optimistic.
How about don't cut off the genitals of children that you've stolen from other states?
Yeah. Weird. This dude's weird, man. He says that they're weird, but Vance is weird. You seem like you should be around children, dude.
Uh-huh. You took out the law to track children who survived abortions and what happened to them. You proud of that? You think that's the kind of stuff Trump should be championing?
Well, kids get full bellies. Saucy.
Ricada M. Holt, now this.
Mm-hmm.
I got a pass, y'all. I got a pass.
Something weird in
Should
the
we
water.
walk on water?
To the woman that's in the current administration?
Yeah, how's that turning the page? We go backwards?
She is desperate to distance herself from Biden because she can't win tied to Biden. She just can't.
No, she wants to be unburdened by what has been.
Yeah, no doubt she does.
You notice how bad their slogans have been?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
They can't seem to really land on anything because she's such an empty vessel.
Well, look at that one. Unburdened by what has been. It's too long. Make America great again. 4 fucking words. And you're going into this full-on sentence you picked up from the Communist Manifesto.
Yeah, it's an awkward sentence. It's not. It doesn't flow well. It's not that much longer than MAGA, but it doesn't have that same gravitas. The impact just isn't there. It's not pithy. It's not catchy. It doesn't flow.
It doesn't land like a shovel on a girl's head.
Yeah, exactly. And it doesn't have that impact of a skull cracking. But yeah, it's amazing how bad they are at campaign. Like you would think they would hire a marketing firm of some kind.
Well, here's the problem, Jack. The same people who write television shows today and video games today are the ones working in PR firms. They think these are good slogans.
That's sad.
Have you seen their writing in TV shows?
Yeah, I know it's equally sad, but you'd think they'd be good at something.
No. That's my favorite story of yours, Monk. Yeah, you've heard that one a couple of times. We discussed it just a little bit ago because there's new people in the audience and me and Jack were referencing it. And I hate having inside jokes with, audience not getting it.
Yeah.
Dangerous, thank you. It's weird being obsessed with what people do in their bedrooms. I suppose wanting to help underage children cut off their genitals is the very definition of normal, eh, Tim? To him, yes, absolutely. But notice he is never, I don't want to say never, but in any of the interviews or speeches that I've seen him give, he doesn't bring that up at all. Most he will do is say we have to support young people. He won't talk about what that law is. He won't even talk about the abortion law that he passed, which for lefties is what they want, unrestricted anytime abortion. And even that he's got to lie about.
Well,
That's not what
they
the
know
law
that's
says.
not the popular abortion line.
No. Again, the people the stat that they love to point out, most people want abortion in the first trimester.
Yeah.
That's it. Monkey tries to murder a girl and you think it's cute. I told you I got charm, dude. Charming motherfucker. It's a good thing I'm not a Ted Bundy because I could have been bad.
I'm starting to agree with Assassin.
More from the Democratic ticket. Jack, in all seriousness, no bullshitting, no hyperbole. You learn anything from that?
Nope. They dodged it. They were dodging and weaving through the entire thing. I'm a big silly knucklehead. I'm a doofus. Look at me. I'm silly. That's all we got out of Walz. Kamala didn't answer a single fucking question with even a remotely a straight answer. It was just sort of like, yeah, I could answer that, but I just don't like Trump.
Iridescent Hollow, have a good day at work, man.
Good luck.
The only thing that was new in there is that she told us the name brand of her gun. Everything else is rehashed non-answers that we've heard before. I don't understand if you're in Kamala's camp how you would be okay with that segment.
Because it's probably as good as she can do.
You're not wrong. We've seen her speak before, and on her own, she's just bad. We watched the 32 days. Shit, I wish somebody would turn that. I wish somebody would turn that teleprompter back on.
Yeah, the look at deer in headlights. She can like, oh shit, teleprompter's out. What do I do? What do I do? I bet she peed just a little bit in her pants right there.
I can't imagine her being your candidate. Like I said, I get not voting for Trump. I mean that sincerely. There are a lot of good reasons as a conservative not to vote for him. I do not understand anybody voting for her. Even if watching her, Jack, if I was on the abortion side, I'd be like, oh, hell no, please do not let her, don't let her be our spokesperson. Don't let her be the national face of this. Because she's an idiot.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to help any causes to have her. I mean, the only thing she's going to do to improve anything is to start a war so that the military industrial complex can make a fuck ton of money.
And there's been many times where people have been on my side, Jack, and I'm like, oh, please shut up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
please shut up. You're doing this wrong. You're making us look bad. Please shut up. And that's what Kamala is doing to the entire Democratic Party right now.
Mm-hmm.
Did we get a straight answer? I mean, I guess technically she did answer the what kind of gun do you have and have you ever fired it? But on any policy thing, did she actually answer?
No. I don't think so. I don't think she gave a decent answer to anything. Even the gun question. You claim to have the most popular style of gun out on the market today. Okay, you've heard of Glock. Good job.
Yeah.
Hypothetically, if I were to be like, yeah, I have a Glock Gen 4, Glock 17 Gen 4, and then you start talking about it, but she doesn't even know the number. She doesn't know the caliber. She doesn't seem to know anything. I think if she does have a gun, you're right. She probably just bought it, or she bought it a while ago and it's been sitting in a closet.
Joanna says they've been hiding her for 3.5 years for this exact reason. She is Biden. I mean, if you go back to the Obama years, every time they'd bring Biden out, he'd make a complete ass of himself and they'd hide him again.
Yeah.
And they did the same thing with her. They were desperate to make her the heir apparent. And then her campaign fails miserably. So they kind of force her onto Joe. You will not convince me that Joe Biden was on board with Kamala after she called him a fucking racist.
Yeah.
Joe's whole persona has been built on, I was marching as a child with the black folk and hanging out on their porch. Stop calling them porch people. That's all I'm saying, Joe.
Yeah.
His whole thing has been about how progressive he is with race. And on national television, she called him a fucking racist. You will never convince me he was on board with making her the VP. That was a party decision. That was an Obama decision. And then they heard her talk. And they're like, fuck. I think the Democratic Party wants nothing more than Donald Trump to win this election.
Yeah, then they can play victim.
There is no win for them with Kamala. They don't have the votes in Congress to make any major sweeping changes that they want. The next president is going to have hell to pay no matter who it is because of what Biden has set up. It's going to be a rough few years, guys. If I'm the Democrats, I do not want Kamala to win. She gets to be the run. She runs and we can claim we had the first woman. And now they get to have the first woman to win a primary in the future, Jack.
Yeah.
She loses, she goes away. Maybe she gets a talk show with Jen Psaki and you don't have to deal with that ignorant bitch anymore. That is their best case scenario, is Kamala losing. I don't think the diehard faithfuls understand that. I think the party leaders do. At this point, with the talking points that are going on, the three that are driving the election, there is no way Kamala should be losing Michigan. They're the exact same talking points that we had in our gubernatorial election, which Gretchen Whitmer won handily. And Kamala's losing to Trump on those same issues.
Well, she's just unlikable and she comes off as disingenuous.
Yep. And maybe that is the party doing it. They're like, we got to get this bitch out there so that we can get rid of her.
Maybe.
I just don't see how you can watch her and vote for her. I really don't. And I'm not being mean. I'm not being partisan. It's not about the partisan stuff. I would understand why people would vote for Gavin Newsom, even though I think everything he says is repugnant.
Yeah.
He's very well polished. He's got that used cars salesman thing going on. Yeah, he got his ass kicked by Ron DeSantis in their little debate, but
Yeah.
he's much more polished about it. Kamala's just an idiot. Say what you want about Hillary Clinton, she's not an idiot.
Oh no, she's incredibly smart as far
She's
as
conniving.
politicians go.
Yeah.
She's cunning and sneaky,
Mm-hmm.
and that makes her a good politician.
Kamala's just not. And at this point, like I said, I think Trump wins if it's today. After watching those interviews, I don't know if she can recover from this. They would need a major October surprise, and Trump's been in the limelight for way too long for one of those.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It depends how many Iranian teams are still on the loose.
I mean, if they're actually looking to win, their best bet, fuck, I don't even know. Right now, I don't see how they win. I really don't. The polls aren't in their favor. She is tanking, and the more she talks, the worse she does. And she has to get out there and talk. He brought up Ernie, whatever the fuck his real name is. 25% of voters say they don't even know her. You can't be a month away from the election and have voters not know you. Random people who don't follow politics, sure, but the question was specifically about voters, Jack.
Yeah, voters are usually paying attention by this point.
And they don't know her or where she stands. And that is bad.
Yeah, I maintain that if she's doing really, really bad, they're going to 25th Biden so that she can take over and still be the first woman president. But this election, if she wins, I don't know. I'm going to be pretty horrified by that.
It's too, I mean, he's still in office until January. So, I mean, they could do it after the election, but they don't have time before the election to 25th him.
No.
And
but what surprised me if they do it just so they could say they got the first woman president.
The problem with doing that is it comes with a tinge of her losing the election.
Yeah, I don't think they care about that though, because it's super historic.
I think they do. Because it's embarrassing. I wanted to watch these videos because I do think it's important to pay attention to these two, because they literally could become your next president and vice president, guys.
Yeah, terrifyingly.
And it frightens the shit out of me that these are the two in charge. The president generally gets to set the tone for the party going forward. Kamala will still have a say in it, Jack, as the candidate. I laugh even saying that because that's a joke. But not like if she became president. And we just keep seeing him getting further and further to the left. And I think we're finally starting to see a little of the pullback, Jack. You can see it because they're not running on how progressive Walz has been with trans kids there in Minnesota. They're keeping that shit really quiet.
Yeah.
They are downplaying the abortion laws that he's gotten passed there and signed. I think they know the backlash has started, and they tried so hard to get rid of Trump. And I think that's actually been the bellwether that made them realize they went too far. There's no way Trump should be winning right now. With everything they've done to that man, there's no way he should even be considered in this race right now.
Unless people are sick of this crap.
Yep.
Sick of the lawfare, sick of the cancellation mobs.
Yep.
And sick of getting bullied. So, yeah, Trump's the right guy at the right time for pushing back on something.
And it will be an absolute fucking embarrassment for them to lose. And if they do, guys, if you thought 2016 to 2020 was bad, just wait till you see what the press gets up to if he wins again.
Oh, they're going to try to get vindictive because that's what
yeah.
these people do. They try to get even.
Anyway, we're going to wrap up here, Jack. Final thoughts on the retards we watched?
My head hurts and I feel dumber for having watched them. I'm pretty sure Walz is a retard who should be wearing a helmet and having a handler.
I don't know how that Minnesota. What the fuck are y'all doing out there?
Yeah, seriously, what are you people doing?
I feel like randomly picking a name out of a hat probably would have been a better idea.
Yeah. I mean, seriously, this guy. You guys are even trying.
And can we just point out the difference of how the press has treated Walz compared to how they treated Palin and Quayle? I'm not saying Sarah Palin was incredibly intelligent or anything, but compared to the asinine statements that Walz has made that we have on tape, and the number of times that he's lied, and they keep. Did you hear that? How can people be sure they can trust you? Not, hey, why were you lying about this shit?
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, my final thoughts on this are fuck the press, because seriously, those were not really great interviews. The Fox chick tried.
Yeah.
And she got some points in there, but she really should have pressed him directly more on those points.
With the way Fox is these days, I don't think that would have flown.
I know. We keep trying to convince people that they're more left than people want to admit, but it is what it is. Guys, thank you so much. We are 6 hours into this. My voice is gone. I don't know if you can tell.
Yeah.
But I really don't want to stop the show. I am stopping it because my throat hurts. And I'm going to go crawl in bed, Jack. So, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for coming and hanging out with us. Thank you so much for the donations. You guys are amazing. Show up whenever we do these, even as sporadic as they've been. You guys are fucking awesome. Hopefully for the next month, at the very least, we will be pretty balls to the wall. Like I said, I got 2 days where we might have some interruption, but other than that, we should be here. Jack, anything you want to show?
I'll drop some links to some awesome videos. As always, though, thank you guys for coming out and supporting us. We really do appreciate it. It means a lot to us to know that people are watching and to have you guys come out and talk to us in the chat. It's always fun, and you guys are funny. So, best audience on the internet.
Can I just point out my throat partially hurts because I told that story and drug this stream out longer?
That was kind of my fault. So,
oh man, that's it for tonight, guys. Jack, a pleasure as always, my friend.
always glad to be here.
Everybody, have a wonderful night. Take care of yourselves. I love you. Don't vote for Kamala. She's a fucking retard. Bye, guys.
Bye, everybody. Thanks.
Kamala's a retard, and so is Tim Walz. She's got a vagina, and I'm pretty sure she has balls.
Ew.